Hello and welcome to another edition of Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook, and welcome to the special edition We Now How They Go Inside the Republic. Well, today we're here just to let you guys know that we are back live on YouTube and Facebook, and we are going to be telling you or giving you all the gist that is necessary. But just give me 1 second. I think we're getting a lot of audio feedback from my side. I'm hearing myself. I need to sort that one out in about a minute, and then I will go back again. Okay. I think it's fine now, I guess. So welcome to today's edition. It's been a long time. We haven't seen you guys for quite some time now, and we want to say welcome, and we apologize once more for the last state today. And definitely what we're going to be sharing amongst all of us this evening is what has been happening over the past couple of weeks, months in Sierra Leone and in the diaspora. As you all know, how they go inside the Republic, they talk about so many things that we are free to say we need to know about what they happen in our country. And we country don't go through right. This now, wow, I think we haven't been around for so long, and then we are coming back again today after a couple of weeks of being away. We're trying to fix everything as we are going along. So don't mind all the hiccups that is happening right now. It's just the norm in broadcasting, especially live broadcasting, wherein you don't have any control until what comes out of what you see is what you're going to see in real time. And this is Sierra Leone Media live once more on YouTube and Facebook. And we want to say welcome to everybody who is joining us. And we want you to share the program tonight because, again, we haven't been around for quite some time. I'm not going to say now any issue of any concern. Not at all. Definitely is not at all of any concern. But we just realized after coming back from Freetown, you need to take a break. You need to review and reassess the situation that you find yourself in. And then we can start going again. But man, not talk too much. Let me introduce you now to the main man at the ground. We get to know exactly what's in the happen. I see him for the past couple of weeks. This summer, I look like for say enjoy you. But you will not day, will not see, will not know what happen. But camera, what is see, name the record. Over to you, Koto Juma.
Pambul, Unado. Did you hear me, boy?
At the way, like it's like say I get for struggle small, but I get for try for see if I can raise my volume slightly up. Go on.
I hope we viewers them they hear me loud and clear. We've been struggling with double audios for some odd reason. But viewers them if una dey agree, just say hi. Okay. I want to tell una thank you again for being avid followers and supporters of Sierra Leone Media, both on Facebook and YouTube and with other social media platforms. We appreciate you, and we so miss you these weeks. We will not able for the regular live programs. So, as T-Boy said, we come back from Twitter, but Sierra Media has been broadcasting. If you want to know, definitely T-Boy has been very busy covering community events. So not more so about how they go inside the Republic na Salon, but how they go inside the Salon community na the diaspora. So T-Boy and Femi, they've been very, very busy, back-to-back broadcast, but we're not just done, they do we weekly Wednesdays and Thursdays and midweek programs then. But we promise you now we don't come back and we will continue with level best. So now, do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Too many. I can hear you, Juma, but I think I need to also sort out my microphone.
Okay.
I'm getting double audio.
Right. I hope we viewers and the if the viewers so too, that's what's most important right now.
But I think I need to sort out my audio.
Hello.
Hello, Juma. Can you hear me? So,
Yeah.
Juma, if you take over, I think T-Boy's got a problem with his audio.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, this is not how they go inside the Republic, and we do apologize again for the technical glitches we get on the audio front. Like I say, if una dey hear me, una just wave to we and say hi, and let we carry on with the program. How they go inside the Republic, as we say. Now, sorry, Femi, are you talking to me?
Sorry, Juma, no, sorry, apologies.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Jerry Brown. Thank you so much. I appreciate that nudge there. So, Fambulem, this now how they go inside the Republic, both on Facebook and YouTube. Me, una host for right now, na Juma Ba, and of course, I get T-Boy with me and Femi. We can't discuss beaucoup things then. We go salon, we don't come back. This summer has been we'll be very busy with community activities then. But today we say we can't talk about things that really happen at the ground. More so about if we see we headline, it say cost of living is killing the living. T-Boy is very deliberate. They put in topic. It say cost of living in Sierra Leone is killing the living. Is that so? We want for your own opinion then. Please share with we. That's our prime subject today we can discuss. And there are other few issues that must, of course, we can talk about as well. We therefore do with the recent United States government press release on visa ban on Sierra Leoneans, people and particularly where they things say contribute for stifle democracy in our country. So the United States government decide say they will take action on them, and one of the actions now for make sure say them pass visa ban on them people. We don't know specific names, but then say everybody when I Sierra Leonean we contribute for stifle democracy and election rigging and so on and so forth. Those people, they're not going to give them visa for Canada, United States, or they will restrict their visits to the United States. Or if they deny so possibly there is a possibility say they go revoke them visa where they get for Canada. So that's another issue they discuss. And T-Boy will fill we in. There's one more now the topic where T-Boy been feeling last minute, but once he able for getting audio rights, he will fill we in on waiting that will be. But the main one we concern we all now the cost of living of things in Sierra Leone. We know for say it's difficult in a country where they practice a free trade policy, forget price control, wherein you try for develop the private sector and encourage the private sector for do business. There is no monopoly. So it's difficult for get price control. And also governments, they do business. So that's one thing where I want to know. However, waiting are some of the things then where governments able for do. Meaning this time the governments of Sierra Leone and anybody where they in charge of business, waiting they're able for do for make sure say businessmen are able for thrive, but if citizens of that country, the people that will reside in that country, able for make sure say their salary where they get or their business where they do, then go able for get enough for put food on their table and handle at least them basic needs as we know them. Basic needs where they say now waiting food, shelter, water, things like that. But basic needs over the years, we all know say it all expand past that. Electricity, communication, all transportation, all those things are considered basic needs now because you need transportation for move from one place to another, for able for go work and fend you and so much. You need electricity for let you begin the able for study. It's part of your quality of life. For let you able for even save the food where you get, let the food not well, so you and your family be able for eat. Where you sick, you need for go hospital, you able for get access to healthcare. You need for get clean drinking water. You need for get for make you picking go school. Education is part of your basic needs, and of course, then at the overall thing where they carry your life. When we say transportation, will not mean say people for buy motor car, but if we're able for join public transport for travel, whether you keke, you kada, whether they not go kill you. So we want to talk about the cost of living, looking at the way people they live, they earning power, waiting and they earn enough for them able for survive as individuals, and they're able for provide for them family, for them able for survive and grow and develop and achieve their dreams and aspirations. Those are some of the things that we'll discuss here today. Tiboy, like I said, deliberate is the cost of living is, what's that the word? Cost of living is killing the living. So that is the topic. Then the second one, we only talk about democracy. You want a peaceful country, you want a democratic society, you want good governance, you want rule of law for operate, you want to make sure, say, everybody is assured of their safety and security in a country, because with that, then you go able for push for your aspirations, you able for persevere the things the way you did dream, which you want being alive. Who say you want for go, you want be billionaire, you want be millionaire, or you not just teacher no more you want for be. If democracy not they thrive, peace not in the country, justice not there, good governance not there, all na problem. So now that make we all they go vote, where we say we vote now we right, but we be extend and say you vote now you life. Because whether you vote for, if you say the person they seek the general interest, then your basic needs could be achieved. But if the people that we did now for just their own pocket, then it becomes a problem. So June 24th, Sierra Leone has been going at the polls and go vote. But Udayaribo could cry before elections, during elections, and after elections. Boku cry, and the general consensus, both nationally and internationally, say people and tamper with the democratic process, people tamper with the electioneering process, and people tamper with the outcome of the elections. So international bodies then cry, then talk all kinds of things. America say, because of that, and then your foreign policy with government, where they work with now across the world, they believe say democracy is one thing we all man for promote, we will be the best interest of anybody. So America then foreign policy say any government or any people with a stifle democracy, they're not going for work with them in certain ways. So then pass embargo or law recently we say, I think August 31st, yeah, if I can remember, a press release came out, we say any Sierra Leonean we involve or tamper with the election process and what you call undermine democracy, then we restricting visa or not getting visa for come America. Is that a big deal? Is that important? What does it mean to us? That's not part of what we discuss. Tibo, you audio don't come on again? Are you good now?
I think so.
All right. So if you think so, you're okay. So let's go back to your own, talk boku, the short term, over to you. Waiting at the third topic, because we say 3, I think.
The topic that we also then pass 3.
Okay, so give me the other one then.
You get state of the economy of Sierra Leone, of course, the visa ban from the United States Department for the Republic of Undermining Sierra Leone's democracy. You also get a rising cost of living in Sierra Leone, where the cost of living is killing the living, right? And then you now get the issue of the ECSL and APC, and then of course 9/11.
Okay. So there is a people's demonstration being planned for September 11 in Sierra Leone. So that's again, why the people and they plan for demonstrate? Are they planning to demonstrate because they are happy, or they're planning to demonstrate because they are not happy with the state of affairs of things in Sierra Leone? All that we will therefore talk about. So over to you first on the 2 topics the way I don't introduce. I want for you what you call it, your own opinion. But at the start of the block right now, we don't begin get comments. We usual Stephen Nally welcome. Stephen Nally say in drive pass in local food bank today, guys. The line long at Tay long. the cost of living is global, guys. We agree. But listen to Stephen Ali. He said in the United States of America, then get food bank. Waiting a food bank. That means in a reserve for people that we not get, we go to line for let them give them. So food bank exists. In Sierra Leone, the one that way they work, not able to provide food for themselves, let alone talk about food bank. So you see the irony there, but just say like, throw that in. We'll let for any more comments from you, Stephen. And if you're able to then for call there, one for late call, we'll talk small. Over to you, T-Boy.
Well, thank you very much, Juma, for that brief introduction. I believe, say, your introduction, we don't bring come to we not been ready for the connect earlier on. We not been get access for connect earlier on. We don't hear what Juma don't say now that we are connected. And what Juma say, you don't miss nothing at all. You don't go straight to the point. You don't hit all the serious issues then we want to talk about today. Not the fact that the one they will not talk about today not serious. So every matter in Sierra Leone should be taken very seriously. But like you say, specifically, this also me go for coin this title. I was on a conversation a couple of days ago, and you know now how Salon don't tranga. And somebody said to me, see, but you don't go understand. He said, I'm not the country to go. I said, what do you mean? He said, for come on, a day for going out on. Now 30,000. I said, what do you mean 30,000? Per bike or keke? He said, not about bike or keke, 30,000 for come out a day for going out on and come back. He said, see, but this is not easy. I said, so what's going to happen now? He said, Papa, the country we're now the cost of living is killing the living. I said, what do you mean? If I can reflect, Juma, when I spoke out and say, dough eats dough and the body carry the living.
Mm-hmm.
That is the exact reflection of what came to mind. The cost of living is killing the living. If you look into that particular word in meaning, it gets very deep interpretation. Only if you're able to understand the nature at which Sierra Leoneans and they go through their livelihood, maybe you're able to see deep into the meaning of this particular word. The cost of living is killing the living. That is not something that we should take very seriously, or something that we should not take very seriously. I think we should take it very seriously, because when we don't reach to the stage where not a motorman they can kill you again, not a policeman they can shoot you die, not to army man they can shoot you die, not to gangster man is in business or kush anymore. Now the cost of living, when you see them, you think about them, say you get for buy race, pay school fee for school, begin buy books, buy shoes, uniform, and get your kids to school. Now the heart complaint and they kill you before you even think for anticipate, say, where am I gonna get this money from? So the cost at which things are rising in Sierra Leone is actually giving people heart attack. And we will laugh about them, say, okay, this is not a serious business, not a joke, but it is very much serious. For me, the one they were able to earn their daily bread, they are working class Sierra Leoneans. We go working at bank, we go working at hotels, we go working at administrative buildings, or head of or parastatals them in Sierra Leone. They are still struggling to deal with their basic wages just for survival. It means things is really getting down the drain. But like you say, Juma, that's now one serious issue we'll get to talk about. And also the second one we mentioned, now the fact say democracy should be prevailing in Sierra Leone, and everybody should take it very seriously to say what has happened June 24 is nothing that any Sierra Leone, and that means good for Sierra Leone, go just accept and allow them for go by and then say, that's it, let's move on. The usual thing we would always use for do. Okay, look, we go ahead. Look, we forget about this. It all happened on this in the past. Let's move on. We did said it before the election. The salon now where we did, not to that salon where they allow things for just happen and we let go and say, look, move on. God term go come. Yes, we know. Say God term they come. But if we continue for the say God term they come, God term they come. Now so God left die 1-1-1-1. We know able for see God term we come. So now that we are alive, look, we make sure say we help with God in your support for making them come whilst we still lay alive. So it's very important that we try for uphold democracy and make sure say we reinstate or review or reinstall or do whatever we can for make sure say every Sierra Leonean have the right to move on and exercise their duty as Sierra Leoneans without fear of nothing, without fear of harassment, threats, embarrassment, jail term, sentence to whatever it might be, or even scared for your life. We should not be in the position as Sierra Leoneans to be thinking, what is going to happen to me tomorrow, today, tomorrow, next week, next year, next month, if I go against X and Y principles of how we should practice democracy. We should not be in that particular state at all, as we are now in the world that everything is moving on fast. So basically, those two topics are very much important. That's why we can't just let it go and then forget about them. It don't take a couple of weeks before we come back on air, but it's based on serious calculation of what is going to happen, what we meant to do, how we're going to be going about doing it, and what are some of the issues and consequences surrounding everything we done to do over the past couple of years. So I think, Juma, I would say, yes, I support you on that, and definitely we get for look at two more issues, then we also now very burning issues, then one of which now the APC stands still against the ECSL mandate for say the need for see the exact result really reflects the people and vote. Until that one is out, we still don't know whether APC is still going to continue with their protest of not participating in parliament, or they might have a U-turn. We don't know what is happening, but I think there are details that possibly we might discuss tonight, if possible, if we have the time to do so. And then, of course, the salon version of 9/11 is another interesting one. 9/11 meaning, was it 10 years ago in America that we have 9/11?
Was in 2001.
Okay, so basically that's about 12 years ago, right?
More than that, Chiboy.
Wow, okay. That's about 21 years ago.
20 something years ago.
2 years ago. Okay, definitely we had 9/11 in America 20 something years ago, and I think it is not history that we ever wants to be repeated anywhere in the world, in any circumstances whatsoever. That is not what any Sierra Leonean or any citizen in the world is envisaging to happen, because we see a huge amount of loss of life at the two Twin Towers that collapsed in America. And I think that is disastrous. We will still continue to say, may the souls of the dead rest in peace. And we definitely believe, say, we don't want to repeat that sort of history. But it is so ironic that Sierra Leone is going through another phase in the geopolitics of what we stand for, and we are now coming to the state at which everybody is rising up for their rights, everybody is rising up for advantage being taken against them in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. And I think it's about time for people to be able to say enough is enough of all this stuff that we have gone through over the past 5 years. I would say over the past 20, 25 years, but specifically within the past 5 years, Sierra Leoneans have gone through a lot of unrecordable incidents or significant incidents that I think has never been written in the history books of Sierra Leone. So by the way we look at things, like I said earlier on, we can't just let go and say, look, we bear, God in time go reach. We for also try for do things that we God go able for see and support. We say, I go make me time reach, why some of you guys are still alive to see the brightness of what Sierra Leone is made of. So definitely, the 9/11 protest in Sierra Leone, which is going to be on Monday, against significant dates 9/11, as in 11th of September 2023, is a very significant date in the history of the world, that things happening that are not meant to happen. We are not looking for anything bad in Sierra Leone. I think the people of Sierra Leone are planning to host a peaceful protest in regards to most of the issues that actually made we to go into war about 20-something years ago. And it is not just at the level at which we can accept it, but it has gone to the level at which we actually decided to go to the bush and take up arms and fight against the government that we were saying, no, enough is enough to. It's no different. I'm not saying people should go to the bush and take arms and come back and fight, no. But I think we have the right to be able to voice our concerns. We have the right to be able to say whatever we want to say, as long as we are not harming, hurting, or we are still under the confinement of what the laws of Sierra Leone state. And some of those laws can be reinstated or can be re-emphasized. That we all have the freedom of speech to express ourselves. We all have the freedom of movement to go around the country as much as we can, as long as we're not harming, killing, or disturbing the peace of anybody else. We all have the rights as citizens of Sierra Leone to be able to do what we think the Constitution stands for. That right has been taken away from the lives and hands of so many Sierra Leoneans. I would say 90% of the population of Sierra Leone is going through a huge amount of suppression based on those rights that are in the Constitution, but we cannot exercise them as Sierra Leoneans. Possibly that's the reason why 9/11 is happening in Sierra Leone on Monday. So we possibly are going to discuss about that a little bit and see exactly what are the concerns or non-concerns, or what are some of the issues that people are highlighting, or what we are envisaging or thinking might happen or might not happen. The country is still quiet. Things are going on, not normal. Everybody seems to be going about their business, but in a very reserved way that nobody is comfortable to talk to each other, because we are now living in a state of fear. State of fear where we don't have the confidence to talk to the next person because we don't know whether that person is a snitch or that person will actually turn us out because of what we believe in. So we are now going into trying times, I would say testing times, of what really life really means in Sierra Leone. So I think, Juma, you've said it all, and I will give you that nod and support to say, yes, I am with you on all those issues that you have raised, and I'm just reaffirming those issues and endorsing them for the fact that they need to be discussed. And I'm not saying we are the best people to discuss it, but I think we have that sort of right, and we have possibly that experience and know-how to be able to deal with some of these issues, even though they are critical and challenging issues that many people might think twice to talk about. What do you think?
Yeah, thank you so much, T-Boy. And I just want to follow with viewers then know, say, the topics that we'll highlight, they are all interconnected and interrelated in so many ways then. So let's talk about, if we say we talk about demonstrations, protests, citizens protest and all that, okay? Now something, then you say na tin can make tin be. Na trouble can make monkey champ pepe. Not also T-Boy? So people they just grab the Sierra Leonean as a party animal. You understand? The Sierra Leonean now somebody we like for enjoy. The Sierra Leonean now somebody we laid back. The Sierra Leonean now somebody we relax. Now the Sierra Leonean now somebody will tell you say how for do now so no more thing than don't they be. The Sierra Leonean now somebody will tell you say let we left with case to God. God go first with case. That is the Sierra Leonean where we sabi under normal circumstance. For let the Sierra Leonean grab and say at the protest, at the demonstrate, means say in back day against the wall. And let we emphasize again to people that it is the right of every citizen to protest their dissatisfaction, to voice their opinion, forget a dissenting view about things where they affect them directly or indirectly. It is their right. It is their right, and it is their responsibility at the same time for all government accountable. It is their right. You can only hold someone accountable when you're able to voice your opinion. So I want to let people understand that first. But let me go back to the first topic and look at demonstrations, protests in different forms which don't happen over the years since we sometimes some of we get sense. We'll begin aware about things happening in Sierra Leone. As I can always say, our generation is the bridge generation, the generation between the old and the new, because we fortunate for see some of the things them in the 70s, 80s, and we see things in what you call them in the new millennium and all of that. Not so T-Boy. So we get that opportunity, but we have some way not been get the opportunity for live then and then day. Protests don't they happen from then and then day. The one that we get sense before we see the what you call them, the no school, no college, right?
Yes.
1977 and also and so on and so forth. It happened then. We see the 1986 June, whether one day some of we able for account for because we don't get sense.
You know, I mean, I see 1977 one.
Okay, well, sometimes me not see 1977 one, but I read bottom and live with people who will tell that story there, where they tell about no school, no college. Waiting being caused that. They were protesting about what? Standard of living. Things then change. It is oppression. It is suppress the common Sierra Leonean. So now that they cause no school, no college. In 80s, what's happened? The same thing what they talk about now. The cost of living is killing the living. Yeah, at that time, what's happened? Price control, things then just shoot up. There was a change, from what you call governments then doing business to going into free market economy. We don't begin practice that then. Businessmen, they raise price up because the economy they go bad. Then they tax them heavily, all sorts of things. So would that be the feel the pinch? Now me and you, people go out and begin protest. That lead us to what? So the 1992 coup of NPRC. Why make NPRC make coup? Then justification with then give, then say standard of living. Right? The military, they're not they take care of them. They're not able to buy one bag rice. Then they shape one bag rice to two people. Then salary have been 16,000 leons, if that. Then they did 6 months to a year. They're not able to pay them. President Bio now, then they can take over government because then say the standard of living, the corruption, the economy. You understand? Lights no day. Sierra Leone was the darkest city in West Africa. Mortuary, person they can go in the body in a mortuary, grumpy, then they go eat the body because lights no day for cool them, for the cooling system, for preserve the body. These are things that we saw. So as a result of that, a coup took place, and we all come out now and dance say, we've been liberated, right, Steve Boy? We all saw that. 1992. So I want to explain, let people understand, say, this is not new, like how certain people waiting at the corridors of power, they try for make them. Like I say, this is not the only term. Oh, they hate them people here so much. They hate this government so much that they don't want to let them breathe. They know they give them time for let them do their work. As a result of that, I mean, they disrupt the process. No. The person in governance today, they make coup because of standard of living. He make coup, he use standard of living for justify the reason why he take over government. At a time where Sierra Leone be the path in way to democracy, to a multi-party system. Dates them be done there for elections. Constitution has been reviewed. We don't get political party the way them be done register over 16 political parties. We be done register for take part by multi-party elections. A coup took place and disrupt that because of standard of living. Now fast forward. Other things that happen along the line. After the war, during the war, we get, the 1997 coup as well. Waiting because that coup day. Then say then suppress certain people then. Then begin all certain people then at the military say then try for make coup. And why was that coup? That coup happened in 1997 because once we get a democratic government in 1996, the government then sack all the people they be running at the military when a high profile people then they send them on retirement because they pass them term na service na the military. So then sack them at the same time, then pull them at the barracks, they also then don't be them home. Then give them 3 bundle pan. 3 bundle pan. And then give each. Imagine you have been brigadier. Then they pull in at the barracks, then they give 3 bundle pan. Because the reason I mention this, what we knew the military for be, anybody, military man, who's I be the boy?
A barracks.
Barracks, not so?
Yeah.
But they be in a barracks, you know, they come down. Military person, not they wear uniform and can down tongue if you not get pass.
Correct.
For come out barracks for go tongue. If you're not on duty, you know they come out and go na tongue without pass. You forget excuse for can't see you family. We're not tap with you na military barracks. Military person not the old gun if he not get permission for get gun. True or false?
You're correct, Juma.
You understand? So, but what happen? Then can them pull and say, no, not come out now. So now, then the rest where them they give military people, then stop forgive them because then IMF, World Bank tell government say they're not for subsidize, you know, the military. Then they take too much money from government. Then downsize the military from how many thousand to 13,500. So where for downsize first, then begin sack the one they wait on the day long. Young guys, where something are remnants of the NPRC coup, thinking, say, okay, well, no, we own Papa there now, and I don't can't suffer them. No, saying they can't take over. Then they took over in 1997. But why? We've been waiting democracy. The whole world, because we voted for democratic government, the whole world and Sierra Leoneans stood at home, then Sidona Os sit at home strike for 9 months. 9 months from what you call them, from August, from August, September to March of 1998. Sierra Leoneans, they not do nothing. They not go work. The president can force people with military, what you call a vehicle for can capture people. Then they appoint people in a government, then they refuse, then they run away. Because nobody wanted to participate in an illegitimate government because we've been waiting democracy. So people protested and Sidona sit at home because when they come out June 2, then get killed. August 18, they got killed. You know, students then kill them and all of those kind of things. So people say, okay, the best thing what they do now, we they sit on house, we need to go north side. Una take una government, una work. And now una one for work, una work. So people, the reason why they mention this, for let people understand, say, everything that is happening today is not new. These are things that has happened in the past, and people away there, now corridors of power right now, supported and participated in some of those things. So why should it be different now? Why should Sierra Leoneans not exercise their right? Why Sierra Leoneans are not for grumble if things wrong in the country? Why Sierra Leoneans are not for come out and protest? What's wrong with that? No. So 1997, let's push that. Let's fast forward. We get government 2007. How many protests that will take place under an Escomine government for fuel, fuel increase, driver then decide not for run because of waiting. Different things them. Makituman them, Abacha Street Tuman then they march, then go to State House. No, we not see her. We see them Bokutem. Was anybody killed? No.
No.
They let people protested their anger, their frustration and dialogue with government. Fast forward to elections. 2017, there was a presidential debate. The now President Bio, no comment, don't comment. I know why I said that. Not shake it, Pamiti boy. Leave that alone. We'll discuss that another day. But for the purpose of the conversation, okay, at the context. President Bio said what? We want change. The people are fed up. Huh? The people are not happy. We need change. Rest now being 60,000, now not 220,000. The people want change. petrol na be almost, na be so now na this price. Dollar na be so now na this price. Comfortably ask people of Sierra Leone, say we want change because waiting, T-boy.
Because of the cost of living is rising.
And it's killing the
living.
But now in your turn,
yeah,
we will. In your turn now, it say people not for grumble. People not for protest. Because when you protest, you're not jihadists, you're not terrorists, you undermine government. You for Sido, why then they mass you now, you big so you know for life for they smile and sing kumbaya as well at the same time. Is that how it's supposed to work? You promise the people change to deliver on behalf of the people of Sierra Leone, but you mocked the people, you suppress them, but you want them to be happy and they're not for grumble. How is that possible? You promised change. Change you did not deliver. And people should not say anything about that. So if it be okay then send them day for protest, what is wrong with protesting now? Why for wrong for like grumble where the cost of living don't some now how many 300, 400% on certain goods and services? What is wrong? That's my question. And I go end and the law continue. But I just want to give that historical perspective to people where sometimes things say na they hate government or certain phases of people. And before I go, let T-Boy come in, I just want to let people understand. If we now find out, we have not been commenting on government operations. We've been discussing issues we sometimes surround that, but we have been deliberate about it because what is happening now is still questionable. Did we get the outcome of the June 24th elections or no? So that is why we still not comment on government. When time reach for that, we will. For begin assess individual ministries and things like that. But for right now, we're deliberate about it. Over to you, T-Boy. What is different with now where people not for do demonstrate, grumble about the cost of the living, killing the living? Over to you.
Well, for answer your question, few answers them get for go with that. One, the person where we get right now, we sits na the throne of office, being accept demonstration, but now you never accept demonstration anymore. Two, the people of Sierra Leone, they don't seize then human rights to act freely. Under the Constitution Acts, we give them the free will for demonstrate about issues that are affecting them as Sierra Leoneans then. And furthermore, I will say, if you actually raise concerns for the standard of living that has caused so much mayhem for the livelihood of the average Sierra Leonean, and you happen to make an effective change of government for that reason, equally so, you're thinking, if I allow these people to raise their concerns for the fact that we want them to address the issues of the rising cost of the living that is killing the living, then they will have answers. And those answers will not have any more than saying a change of government. So these are some of the concerns of this current government that they possibly likely don't want any form of concerns raised by the citizens of Sierra Leone or any form of protest that is possibly going to happen in Sierra Leone in any way, shape, or form. You highlighted in 1997 or so, there was a sit-at-home protest for 9 months. Sit at home, as in the entire administrative structure of the country was disabled for 9 good months. Think about it, 9 good months. The administrative structure of Sierra Leone was disabled. People survived it. How? So now look, we just go quick rewind back to a couple of months ago or almost a year ago, there was a 3-day sit-at-home protest. Day 1, Day 2, and Day 3, where the people in come out now and express themselves. So we had a 9-month sit-at-home protest. Nobody died. Nobody was shot at. Nobody was in prison. Even though it was difficult and challenging when people were coming out, they decided to stay home. For 9 good months, we did not bury a single Sierra Leonean out of gunshot or out of machete attack or out of brutality from the armed forces or the police forces or the security apparatus in Sierra Leone for 9 months. What power did we have then? It was the military, right? So basically, they have access to arms, they have access to ammunition, they have access to do anything they want to do in their own right. Not democratic ruling government, but the military. And we all know the hands of the military is not soft, it's brutal hands. You take it or you like it, you don't or you do. So if we can go through 9 months of sit-at-home protests and nobody raise a fist or raise any form of ammunition against the citizens of Sierra Leone, what is wrong with 3 days sit-at-home protest that cost the lives of people that we don't want to possibly repeat? Because again, a drastic, hard, harsh reality of what has happened in Sierra Leone a year ago should never be forgotten. It is going to go down the history books of that country for as long as some of us are alive. And we will continue to highlight those concerns. So demonstration for this current administration is a no-go area because they know the effects of what demonstration can bring into any society that is meant to be practicing democracy or civil. Because as far as we're concerned, if you can raise your voice for something that is killing you whilst you're still alive, you might as well raise it, because otherwise, whether you do or not, you will still die. You will still die. Because the cost of living is killing you, not because somebody hates you, it's just the thoughts of it. I have to provide for my family of 4, for example. I don't have a job. I have kids that goes to school. School just opened. You know, almost people don't pay for school fees. At the moment, some of we right now, I know I can't talk about Femi because Femi, you're and well, Juma, you're not even go down your line. But amongst us, we possibly will say we have a school. Meaning,
a whole school.
It's no joke.
Yeah.
We possibly say between 3 of us, we have a school.
Yeah.
And when I say the school, it's a school of kids that we subsidize for, that are meant to be going to school because we don't want them to sit at home. But how can you go to school? But subsidizing for the kids to go to school is one thing. What about the family? Well, what about the mom and dad? What about their parents? What happens? So if you can afford to pay 2-3 million to put a child to school, again, you should be able to afford to provide a decent meal. But that is practically impossible in Sierra Leone. Practically impossible. And also, if this not the situation we don't find we say, and then you they say we not for voice them out, we for just be and accept them. But guess what? I'm not sure whether it's true or not true, but let's just say hypothetically it's true. The president has traveled to Kenya for what? A global summit on
climate change.
Hello? A global summit on climate change in Kenya is costing the lives of your citizens in Sierra Leone that cannot afford a daily meal. What is the importance of climate change if you cannot live? It's not important.
Not to the climate they kill, not to deforestation.
Exactly. It is not important. And guess what? Deforestation in Sierra Leone is going to stop, but not at this particular point in time when people cannot afford a basic, decent meal. Okay.
Exactly. And what's it cause the deforestation for? Because people and they plow the land, they destroy the land for fen waiting.
Living. Because they cut the forest them for make charcoal. Then Then they cut the forest them so that then people get access to granite stone and then broke stone and sell for people that are doing construction. So these are all issues that we should take very seriously. Otherwise, climate change is not going to solve the problem of Sierra Leone. Not only area than it's not like we say. The sun they kill in the west, we get all the protection of climate change. The weather they kill in the west, we get all the protection of climate change. Supplementing stuff are there, reservation for things are there, food supply is there in abundance, even though not everybody can afford it, but there is a way that you can get one because you have food bank, according to Stephen Yale.
Yes.
That alone is a provision for the poor. Provision for the poor, not provision for
homeless shelters. Homeless shelters where you go get soup and bread and eat something. So you cannot go to bed hungry.
You cannot go to bed.
You can't eat your 3 meals a day, but at least 1 meal a day.
Thank you. You can only go to bed hungry in Europe. I will not say by choice, but if you limit yourself to support, because the support is there. Only if you limit yourself to support, even if you don't have the status to stay in Europe, you can still have a meal a day. At most, if you walk into a restaurant and ask them for food, they will provide you food. If you walk into the supermarket or store and you ask the manager to provide you with basic shopping because you cannot afford it, they will provide it for you. And in certain shopping outlets, when their goods and services are possibly about to expire, maybe a couple of days or two, they call people to come and get it because they are tired of disposing this waste of expired food that maybe might expire in a day or two, because to actually dispose of them is more expensive than giving it away. So it's better for them to give it away. So there are options in the places that we find ourselves today. What are the options that we have in Sierra Leone? People keep saying, oh, there is economic disaster all over the world. Okay, agreed. We have one in UK, we have them in America and in Europe. But what are we doing in Sierra Leone to minimize the cost of living? What are we doing in Sierra Leone to make sure that people have at least a meal just for survival? What is the government initiative for subsidy? That is what we're asking. We're not saying can't perform magic for make you feed the one whole country. No.
No, but the role for government is to perform magic, T-boy.
We signed up for perform magic for feed the whole country. But what are you doing for the minimum of what you can afford? So to me, for the president attending a climate change summit in Kenya means jack. It means nothing because he chartered a private flight. You know how much it costs to charter a private plane that is going to wait for you until your return? It's a minimum of 50 to 100,000 a day. A day. A minimum of $50,000 to $100,000 a day. Minimum, excluding the flights taking off from Sierra Leone and taking you to destination. That is not inclusive of the stay that flight have to be in any part of the world. Maybe Kenya is not that expensive, but think about that flight coming to the UK. You know how much it costs a plane just for parking?
It's expensive because you get limited flights going there. So
well, let me say,
Sierra Leone.
Well, true. But so look, we just take that into consideration for, say, the president to fly a private jet. Whether it's private or economy or whatever class it might be. But for the fact that you are flying and your people are dying because of the cost of living in Sierra Leone, is that patriotic enough? I don't think so. So, Juma, for reinstate your statement on the reason or for make the narrative open so people can understand exactly how far we've come from to where we are. 1977 strike, I was able to see it myself and I was old enough to be able to remember it because now mountain caught me born and in Wall Street to be precise. And we see what in come up for Abbey College, we end up now academy, we run down Cam down mountain court. We saw it live. May the souls of the ones that actually put together that strike rest in peace because most of them are dead now, including some of our parents because they were all part of it at some point. So basically, we are not just saying these things. We've seen it live, we've experienced it, we've been there, and people have told us the story firsthand. So not until they strike begin kind of salon, not until they will begin protest, not until they will begin see no school, no college, not until they will begin here, say, then they strike now Ministry of Works, then they strike now U building, not until today. It is long ongoing. Why is it very impossible now for people to be thinking, oh, now because you hate government? Guess what? APC has been in power longer than SAPP. So that means all the time the people will protest against APC. They hate them, eh? Really? So they were hated so much that every single time they're in power, there is a huge amount of protest. You know how many protests we organize in the UK against APC government? I beg, please. So if you don't know about protests, keep quiet, relax, and possibly watch if you don't want to participate. Nobody's forcing you. But guess what? The poverty or the rate at which salon they go down is going to affect you. Either way, but you not get salon at Hato. If you get mama day, you get papa day, you get brother day, you get sister day, you get auntie day, you get uncle day, you get cousin day, you get party day, you get girl self day, it costs you something.
Rabbi don't get boy day.
Well, anyone. All for all, anything. Alternative of Empalava. So all I'm saying is,
you have to sponsor the boyfriend or the girlfriend.
Of course, you have to.
You know, send for $100 and I go send for $300.
Of course.
So that's $200 away for being kept for yourself. You they send an atom.
Of course. So this are the rates at which they go. And then they say, are you on Tanso? Are you on Tanso? Now I'm for mind you own. But guess what? That is not the norm anymore. Because the days of minding yon don't pass. Now, how we own Tanso, not how you own Tanso. These are the days of Pasheki, whenever they say, how you own Tanso, now by the way, it don't done. Now, not so by the way, now how we own Tanso, now by the way we want her, or not so by the way we want her. So now, look, we decide. They say the people decide, and then what happens? So it's about time we begin to forget about politicians deciding for us, taking decisions at their own hands and telling us what they want for us, even though it's not good for us or not. It's about time we start talking to our politicians, let them know exactly what we stand for as citizens of that particular country. It's about time we ask them about their own human rights. Imagine a minister walks into a building and they spat at him. Get out. You're not doing nothing for me now. So what you the campaign before? Will you be happy as an individual or as a minister? Me and my colleague was walking down the road a couple of days ago. And guess what? He showed me his director. He said, well, that's my director. And guess what? This is a reputable company in the world. The director is just working like me and you down the road. And guess what? Now they will say if Nat Alonso can't see him Batman being like, you get like a 15 security. Why? You can even jack that man yourself, you know, for saying now director of a reputable institution in the world. But guess what? He's just an ordinary man that goes about his ordinary business on the streets of London. When he gets into his office, he's still an ordinary man by those who don't know him. Now, only the people that know him, number the give him that respect, say, hello, sir, hi, how are you, boss? How are you doing? That's all. And that is a normal norms in society, wherever you are, except if you are that rude or you don't have respect for authorities. But if you do, that is norm. But salon, it is different. So look,
the irony I can see, the people are waiting at corridors of power. One moment they tell you, say, everything is normal inside and things fine. Now people will get bad, that's normal. But the same people, they sing the same song and say, oh, the crisis, not so salon no more, they happen a global crisis. So are you accepting that things wrong in a salon, the cost of the living is killing the living because of global crisis, or there is no crisis? Make up your minds and tell us one thing. If you don't make up your minds, then you're not able to know how to solve the problem. For let you solve a problem, you get to accept first, say there is a problem, there is a challenge, then you can chart a solution, a pathway to a solution. The T-boy say, we know they expect magic from government. I use the word say, yes, we they expect government for perform magic because that is the promise you made to put policies that will be favorable to the majority, to put systems that are favorable to the majority, for create avenues. You know where they come? You send a global crisis, but then you continue for increased taxes. So you don't acknowledge a global crisis, think wrong, but you increase taxation.
To make it more difficult.
The one or two businessmen we will still get got for car with things that when are, essential goods, you don't increase taxes, but then so much that then second for add by that price for let the thing continue for money the common man, majority. And you ask us why people and they take into drugs, why prostitution they increase in the country, why robbery and theft and other form of criminality they increase in the country. These are all impacts, na ripple effects of bad policies, government policies there. Not so because the people lazy, no. If you create opportunities for people, they will want to work and earn because they want to, get a decent living and quality of life. Nobody know they will want to live on handouts. But if I go to work, I get paid, supposedly get paid 800,000 and 1 million, but then that 1,800,000 not enough for pay me transport for go work for the month, then I can able for go bigger to me uncle and me paddy them, where they get 3 million, which I go prioritize T-boy.
I don't know.
If I dey bigger, I assured of getting 3 million. Why should I go and work for 800,000 when not go enough for pay me transport for go now work? What's the point?
I understand that, Juma, because again, we don't build the nation for get to that situation where you
exactly my point. You don't put the people in so much despair that they believe say there is no reason for Lago work anyway because I wasting time. We are not condoning say people get for be reliant and dependent on people and stoop so low for go big, but this is the reality. I'm talking about reality, practical issues then. I talked to a friend the other day. He tell me, say, I see somebody come big to me, a woman, and I know they ever expect somebody will come out another ethnic group for go big, particularly a woman. And the reason why I make the woman go big, in Peking, perform so well na school. If I go one of the prestigious schools, girls' schools in the country, you see I put some quotation mark. But all the things the way the Peking require for go school, the woman not able to afford that because a man be don't die. So now he get for go out for go beg to neighbor them and other people for able forget. Not so for it go beg go, for able forget enough money for sending Peking go to that school for fulfill the Peking aspirations and sometimes believing say whether Peking do well in a school and grow up, that Peking will able for can take care of himself and take care of his family. So you see, that is how far the country don't go. We shared that about a week ago. The person called me. Say, Juma, I not ever believe. Say, the thing pay me na the first 10 days. I see somebody na that ethnic group day. You know, there's a stereotype say you expect if you see certain bigger man them, you want for place them, right? So then come on here and come on yonder. But for let you see somebody will come out now this part for begin big, that means say things don't really bad. So it's sad. And if you want people to be happy, no, they will not be happy. if you don't increase electricity tariff by 100%, petrol don't go up to 30,000 a liter. Yes, not all man get motor car, but everybody they use transportation, either for go work, go do your business, transport your goods, or some way, somehow. Even if you know if na waka you dey waka, the goods the way you they buy, somebody get for use transportation for go there. So if transport don't go up, when petrol don't go up, transport go up, the person they increase in goods them, now you get for pay that price there. So don't tell me petrol in 30,000 a liter, why you have to worry because I not get motor car. It affects me directly. Over to you, T-Boy.
I totally agree with you, Jima. I had a conversation this afternoon with somebody who tell me, say, T-Boy, 1 gallon fuel now 150,000. So just imagine lights not there right now for the past couple of days. I get for buy 2 gallon fuel. It only run me house for 4 hours. And again, I say, well, it depends on the kind of utensils them or equipment that we're gonna use. Now you go make that 2 gallon they run for 4 hours in your house. So just imagine when the fuel run for 4 hours, you get food within a freezer where you don't bake, we don't ice, then the fuel just go off. You can afford to get 2 gallon for the 4 hours. Then what happens after that? the food, not they just defrost like for saying inside what I put on. It defrost so fast that because the temperature again is high. It's extremely hot over there in Sierra Leone. So basically, you don't get to preserve your food for that long, even if you get freezer and use. But not just look at the fuel and say, okay, not just fuel. When fuel price go up, transportation they go up. Now, everything in Sierra Leone is basic necessity. Nothing anymore. You can say, okay, this is not so basic. Everything in Sierra Leone now is a basic necessity for survival. Not for like a comfort anymore, now for survival. Because for everything you do, you get a lot for do with your livelihood. Now food you they buy you. Now transport you they take you. Now also you they see domo. Because again, it costs you more to stay at home. Sometimes you can even go out and work. Because we didn't know, at least all you electrical devices then they off. And you go parable last week.
I saw a quick see you saying that before you continue. People don't understand sometimes why people they come out and go work aimlessly.
Thank you.
Papa they come out na us for dodge stress at home. Because when they are us in Peking, they all they watch them like hawk, able to provide for them. It rather come out, it go out. When it go out, it go waka end up now at our basis sidom. Then they discuss what interesting conversation. You understand? It lead to something else. It all reducing stress for that moment because labo they take place. They forget until we get for come back now net. I'm painting scenarios that are practical in Sierra Leone. I'm not making excuses and I'm not justifying the reason why people should be doing certain things. But the mortal man outside they get comfort and they want for them. You don't waka all they go sit on at RBC sit on. They make labo. Then sometimes somebody they wake sometimes God bless, pass their all they come, he buy a tar for all man. Bam. What he go do? Next day, one go yonder back. Because he don't dodge the bullets that us, he don't go na the attack base, he don't go sit down. Or he go sit down and one rumba. Sometimes possibly na be occasional drinker, not a drink so no more. Then sometimes the only two available that moment day, for let's say they feel part of the process, somebody where God bless pass the all, by the omole or the poyo or something, he give the all, or that Bobby will and sock, them thing, then total pack thing. You know, he give the all one.
Now you call Bobby when I sock.
Yeah. So we don't say
the first year you don't.
They call him Bobby. You know, when see don't begin and they small they become addicted now because every day they go there, you know, make friends. Where can I was waiting the apple T-boy? Mama begin grumble, hey, you see, you don't left the host the whole day, you don't go. Now make clear me out to am bam bam bam. Wetin dey happen next? Violence take place. Then begin for pa. Trouble come. One person go jail or they wound one person. The pikin themself tower. They wetin dey happen? They say ben begin run common house. Say we no want let mama and papa then dey fight all time. So people don't understand the impact where some of them things here so can get in we homes, in we communities, and in we individual lives them and generally the country. Continue, T-boy, sorry.
If I continue, then I'm not getting nothing for saying because you don't say.
But I'm just breaking it down, you know.
You don't say everything done. But the way amazing at the Bobby Water.
Yeah. No, so then they call him. That's not me. I didn't call it, you know.
Okay. But no,
I didn't mean to demean women or anything.
No, that's not what I mean. My brother, man, and they talk about beaten and die. It doesn't matter how old they are. So that is not
that conversation is for another day.
It's a different conversation. I'm not denying that, but no can begin to talk like for say you are for. Anyway, let's move on. But like as I say, when we look at all of these things happening within our surroundings, and then we begin to realize, say, where are we heading to? Are we heading to the worst of Sierra Leone, or the worst is yet to come? So let us not sit down, begin dig your own grave, then slowly, and we get it for bare research. It's not going to help. It's not going to help in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Sometimes people say, oh, well, if the country is like this, development will not come. Regardless what, development is still not coming. Development does not find an environment that is not conducive. So we have to be honest with ourselves. Is Sierra Leone a conducive environment to invest? You tell me. As a Sierra Leonean, as you are watching me right now, if you get $10 million, will you go see it, go invest in a salon? You will not. You will think about it. That is why all our citizens are going to neighboring countries. And they go Gambia, Ghana. Ghana is the new hub for Sierra Leoneans. Building houses and buying properties. Ghana is the new hub because they know for sure that their investment is secured. It's safe and it's protected. Why? Because there is democracy in Ghana. Why? Because there is rule of law in Ghana. Why? Because even though you're a foreigner, your investment is safe and secured in Ghana. Look,
and that does not mean Ghana not get their own problem. Ghana get
they do have their own problems. But again, they have maintained the rule of law. With all their differences, politically, religiously, or otherwise, they have still maintained the rule of law, which is governing them in a sane situation where everybody have the right to justice, not because you're a lawyer, doctor, or a politician. So that is the privilege. Well, no, that's not privilege. That is the right of the citizens of Ghana to be able to exercise that right and express themselves and raise concerns about issues. Ghana too gets economic problem, but guess what? They can control it. It is not as extreme as Sierra Leone. Okay, we have the global climate change, whatever is happening in Kenya. How many heads of state do you see attend? For those who attend, does it mean their country is okay? Or what is the benefit of them attending? Because we should be tired of talking about books, and books. And we cannot talk about how. Okay, this current agenda for feed salon, what has been the progress for feed salon? Look, we not go far first. Look, we just deal with the serious issues first. We now state of economy or state
they
of.
They don't appoint rice experts.
With the rice expert, the rice expert. Okay, Juma, let's move it a little bit. The agenda for this particular term that is still not yet official is feed salon. How? You don't hear any kind of projects related to feed salon. Any corner we get for deal with food production, because we say feed salon, not with money. We say feed salon, not with technology. We say feed salon, not with books. We say feed salon, not with nothing other than food. Feed means put something into our stomach. The whole country. What's the project at hand? What's in the thing we don't see? How many months after election nowadays? Have we seen any projects unfolding? No. We don't see anything where related to feed salon? No. So what are we saying? Is it the same as what we are doing? Or this time is not talk and do, it's talk and do when you can? We don't know. So these are some of the questions we're asking. Yes, Juma.
It's just sad way people play with words and throw rhetorics out there, thinking, say, let's throw fancy and buzzwords for fool the people of Sierra Leone.
Juma, 1 second. Yeah? I'll just respond to Stephen. Which Ghana? Ghana that just got bailed out from IMF. Yes. You know why Ghana got bailed out from IMF? Because they are moving on a steady pace. So IMF doesn't want Ghana to go down the drain. So they can be bailed out. And if Ghana is being bailed out by the IMF, it means Ghana has a sustainable project that can get them out of that loan subsidy that they're getting from the IMF. So please.
Ask Stephen how many times between 2018 to 2023, where the BO administration don't bluff, say, then gets loan and loan facilities from IMF. What has changed?
Nothing.
That makes Sierra Leone better in any shape or form? No. So okay. Don't talk about the global institutions, because you have experts here that can discuss that in details with you. Okay, that's I'll boast about that. Not bring IMF and World Bank or anything. Now we understand how they operate. So, let's go back. Throwing rhetorics, buzzwords, fancy words, then coin a slogan, whether they pull on a one book where they read, or then go to one conference, then thief the word, or then coin them and do anything for fool the people of Sierra Leone. That will go for so long. Propaganda not the last. The true and the last. And like how they can say true no get surname. True not true. True not true. They make them call it true. Understand? They not get surname. So before now, when this government been Kauska economy, let me say then carry 2018 to 2023.
I don't know.
Bread and butter economy.
Then they call the big economy, isn't it? I don't want to say the word for.
Okay, bread and butter economy. Not when them say then carry it.
That's correct.
Bread we not see. Butter never existed. They boasted that then come and say them put premium in agriculture, right? The president spend so much money for improve and boost agriculture. They even go Vietnam, not so?
Yes.
Take pictures and say, see now we see we don't come Vietnam, this, that. So Mabon rice farm. They plant them for 5 years, grow, we not see harvest. Now other year we don't begin now. They don't
see harvest too. Now you know see harvest.
Usai.
You know see the other showing that farm we've been just spread all along. We not see.
You don't see no sayo.
Yeah, I see.
Okay. Nothing. You understand me? So now you don't count rice experts. Do you need a rice expert for let people go farm?
What's the experts come on?
I don't know.
Because I didn't know
one lady where I see them saying a rice expert.
So what's happened with the 5 years rice project? There was no expert there.
And I tell you now, so bringing a rice expert and feed salon. What do you they take feed salon breeze?
So when I make a ask,
you they take breeze and feed the country. People don't need handouts in Sierra Leone. Allow them for do it in they're supposed for do. Create the environment for let them do. These governments in 2018 to 23, what did they say? They not say all government officials for go make farm.
That's correct, including
all government officials. They may get farm no so.
Yep.
Were these farms productive enough where the salon people benefit from, or not been personal? Farms then get for themselves for go keep comping.
Where would they still
they say every week they only go up and they say they go na them farm there.
But farm na farm, it depends on what you plant.
That is true. That is so true.
Because all farmers, but me I know what me they plant.
Exactly. But if you be they say you get farmed and then 10 and if you not be don't grow these 5 years, they'll say we try to understand the soil quality, waiting go then go plant the waiting go be viable and all of that. In all 5 years now. What's gonna happen? I see David Senge gonna Pademba Road prison.
You want to go plant this?
They say prison them for plant the OS for feed the inmates there. Well, they for plant the thing their way for feed the inmates. I just shake me. I'm like, it's good to talk, but it's a good thing, a good policy. But how is it going to get done? Huh?
I missed that. Go again. I missed that.
Yeah. No, not today. Today, I see picture them. You say go to Pademba Road prison.
What today? These are old pictures.
Well, I think it just floats on my timeline today.
You got a couple of days ago, I think, yes.
Yeah, it floats on my timeline, say, go there, go talk, say, then for feed, then for plant, for feed the inmates then.
Juma.
Yeah?
Juma.
Yes, sir.
Don't not talk about the government, we don't know what the minister say.
No, I don't know, I just talk them with the rice experts and that kind of thing they talk about.
The rice experts we get in a salon, possibly they don't leave salon for the past 10 years.
Thank you very much.
So I don't understand which kind of expertise it can lead in the lands and soil of Sierra Leone, because I don't know some expertise there, but you know, don't live in a salon for the past 10 years. I don't know how she's going to do it. I don't know who is going to be working alongside with.
Who's the rice expert to get past Professor Monty Jones?
Well, I know a lot.
No, I mean like a one way we know, where the world recognize, where they celebrate. You understand what I mean? Eh?
I still do know a lot.
Okay.
And we get world recognition. We get UN executive sealed recognition. We don't work in other African countries in rice production for decades. So it gets immense experience.
So if you want forget rice experts, now the expertise, not the problem.
Now the expert. I want to use the word we call expert practicalism of the expertise. Now, likely could be the problem. But yes, expert is needed.
Problem on the political will.
No, the expert practicality of the work itself, and the expert might lack. The political will for me, the expert execute in duty is open because she already has an open door policy from a political institution we offer him the job. So you know, get any kind of political blockade. But the expert, let us start. The expert
confuse me more. They are big.
Expert practicality of executing the duties of the experts. Now there we go struggle.
Right. So Jerry Brown say the farm of government functionaries are affected by climate change. So now climate change affects the farm. So Mabom Rice and all the ministers and government officials. Now that make the farm nothing good and unable to foresee anything. Then, you know, Uncle Israel say, KKY's new job includes food security. The Minister of Agriculture and deputy's jobs include food security. And now we have a new lady appointed as rice expert, including food security, plus another lady appointed and heat expert dealing with climate change. So what would KKY be doing and how would all these experts do the jobs? So
KKY expertise able for deliver in a kitchen. So I don't know I go deliver for salon.
Well, but now you all the experts here, because if you get KKY, you get the Ministry of Agriculture, we don't do all them here. Then I don't get rice expert. The heat expert now interests me more. When I see him on television and the interview, I laugh for us. I was like,
but you ignore me terminology.
No, I said this don't answer your question now.
Because the experts practicality of executing the duties of the experts is going to be very difficult or not possible.
So you might need another expert.
For
help.
Yeah, expert they already we don't get. For execute, because the expert and what we need for training expert they are so now the one way they show them the gun, how the gun turn, whose side the gun fatal or not, because they will spend more time as they don't know where these areas are.
And that comes back to my point. Do we need a rice expert for let people grow rice in a salon?
Yes, because we're not happy for grow rice. No,
exactly. The people already know what they do.
No, because we're not happy for grow rice.
The tractors, they want to take on a keep for ourselves. When I just let the people use them.
You talked earlier, I won't say it's just about using the terminologies and making things complicated for those that don't understand the meaning of these words and the actual purpose of how these words can be utilized in an everyday life of Sierra Leoneans, so they get baffled. So I don't have any doubt. For like I see the supposed chief minister that walked into an office and say, Grandma, please tell me how many people then they work now. How Grandma go know?
Exactly.
How you expect Grandma to know how many people are actually working in that building? Are you clever, serious enough? So when I actually see him talking, I'm like, this guy is serious. So you expect Grandma, where you just can't meet them at this office, whether Grandma na administer or not. You want to tell me say Grandma know all them people that work in that office there? It's not possible. Bremer therefore go back and check in records and tell you exactly how many people are currently working, almost not left, almost still there, almost
not. Bremer for able to forget a record on the HR.
Well, I can understand why they asked Bremer. I don't know whether Bremer was the HR, but Bremer definitely is not the HR. So I don't understand how logical these people are. Really? Even the MPRC side said not to say the work. MPRC started walking to your office in the morning and ask how many staff they don't come this morning and how many they expect. What figures? How many are you expecting?
If they go to offices, if they go there, in your role, not to for ask almost people they will care. Anybody will sign after where in don't go there, where it don't go, they watch all the people they don't sign, they draw line. Anybody will sign under that line, that means you're late. Because you're supposed to be in our office by this term.
It was about what time you are at your workplace and how effective you will be if you go to work early. It's not about how many people are working here because Brahma will not know.
What if that office get field staff them? We then get for go other places.
They say
absent.
No, they say Juma because it's just ridiculous. Sorry, it's just out of order. Is out of this world. Even in Europe, a supervisor will not walk into the office and then just call somebody from random. How many people work here? Even the admin staff, you got to say, okay, I need to check. Because sometimes you not sack few people a couple of days ago, it is not yet, they're not sometimes not updates the record files yet. Not even aware of XYZ. Come on. Now magic, salon will not even get 5% structure. Now you work, I go to our office in the morning, you ask how many people in the work now. You could not like I talk other word, Juma, about active Chris, but not Chris. Now again, but yeah, let's move on. You're not funny, you are not like so. You called me that's why man. I calm down. T-Boy. Chill.
Breathe, T-Boy, breathe.
I don't breathe.
So when you tell that guy, that's small.
Exactly. You make man.
T-Boy, if you must carry passport, miles an hour, that's small driver. Good small. Now they pass, we get for breathe.
You see that thing, bruh? You know, see they can set them together up, so at least you control the driver. Did the driver not begin to me say, T-Boy, small, eh? I say, yes,
small. Oh my God. So, no, but you're right, Tim. You see, are you doing things to change for the better, or you're doing things just for showcase? For me, that's the question. Because if you do it for the better, you know, you just grab and begin going to offices like you ignore it. Are you going to be able to sustain it? how many offices would you go to? So you don't go to a few, where the other one then? Yeah? So whether they sack you tomorrow or then pull you there, they make you Minister of Foreign Affairs. Because you know, say anybody be chief minister, then they pull either they sack you or they put you in another position. So the system going to continue, or that will be the end of it.
Let us go quickly to YouTube because we get some interesting comment in there by Sierra and we regular Peter. Sierra say while they are at it, we might also need a Abbas expert too. Then Peter made a very good statement. He said, how can we lack the expertise when we have a whole university dedicated to agriculture? True.
Jala University.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now people are asking questions. So these are the questions people should be asking.
True.
So if you go hire another expert, what happened to the people that they lecture agriculture, the way are the expert and the professor, the way they in agriculture and all of those things? And do you need to hire an expert to advise the president?
Fina also say back in the days, we didn't have rice experts, but we had plenty of rice all across the country. We even had cacao shows where farmers display their crops with pride. I remember that because my dad used to be one of the key organizers of the cacao show in Kenema. And he did that successfully for possibly 5 to 10 years whilst he was still serving at the IDA, which is the Integrated Agricultural Development Project that was in the provincial towns, Kenema, Kailaun, and some parts of Pujong. I remember that very clearly. So basically, yeah, I know a lot about that. Like I say, we papa don't like agriculturists, and they were actually running the administrative side of the agricultural projects that were running in Sierra Leone, specifically in the eastern parts of Sierra Leone, Winami, Kenema, Kailaun, and some parts of Pujong. So I know a lot about agriculture. So I know they make them people that they can't convince me grade of expertise. They were not able to exercise their duty as experts. When we get expertise that we already exist in a salon, where we even get the very first few students of the Njala University. One of the reasons why this university was put together is because of some of these brilliance of Sierra Leoneans that we have in the country. And they are still alive. Some of them are still alive and can still render that service if called upon. But guess what? They suffer the burden of not being able to participate and make a change in the agricultural sector that we have in Sierra Leone that is just dying. Nothing is happening. They don't want it to happen. I guarantee they don't want it to work. Because if they do want it to work, they know what to do. I keep telling people Sierra Leoneans are just evil, especially the ones that are top. The ones that are supposed to be putting in...
The question that I'll ask again anyway, T-Boy, why make the funds them all been put into agriculture in the last 5 years, and the president say all ministers then for go make farm? So they're not being succeed because they're not being get experts. Now that make them not being succeed, or not because they're not being willing for ground. Because the president boasts saying I get the biggest farm in the country. You know, so
all that was just a stunt. It was just a political stunt.
That's exactly my point.
It's just a political stunt. Because if at all those farmers were actually farming and they were doing well in their farm production, we definitely would have seen some progress. Like I say, farming is a 5-year scale. When you want to go into big scale farming, you know it gets dividends within 1 year or two. If now large scale farming they do, after 5 years, you will begin seeing now progress in production. But you can't expect magic because if we don't put in the right measures, they should be producing serious tons of rice right now. Serious tons of rice. If the first
will not import again, or we import, say, the production in the country make we able for imports 50% less of what will be done the imports, or say 30% safe, then you go say yes, you understand the investment will be put in agriculture the last 5 years, it worth it. But nothing to show for it. If, let's say, forget about all the other families, let's just say that the Tomabom rice project where EU then puts money, for other people then put money. Let's say that Dan they no more been succeed. Let's say la cut and back, la go. Let's say the rice where they been produced is only enough for supply some parts of the southeast. Let's not come to the whole country. Okay, just the southeast no more. And then a less burden. But you not see no less. One seat safe, man, not see you. One seat.
Well, me, like I said to you, is about time we start to face this reality of ourselves.
I don't see one seat before I go say I see one bushel.
Well, we see cucumber farm. Well, we see the cucumber garden.
I see one cucumber, half cucumber where the president is.
So half cucumber down in one old garden.
The one where they're missing at the halfway the charm where say they say you man and poco let them go kuna sit down and they're like, man, they're angry. You mock people. Now that they don't miss you. For all the cucumber farm.
No, on a very serious note.
Make cucumber grown soup.
On a very serious note, we're not further in the situation that we are right now because as a nation, we might be complaining about the standard of living is so high. If we produce certain basic necessities, waiting for like a rice and gari. Now gari second dia passes. I don't even know the logic behind it for say gari for dia passes. Now because gari, you know the cooker, you can soak them and eat them straight away. So the easy form of consumption of our gari now with second staple food. Easy consumption of our second staple food is now even expensive than the staple food itself. Why? Is it because rice they take longer to cook because you need certain basic ingredients then for make you cook rice than you not get any pangari? I don't understand. So basically, the situation where we find ourselves so right now as we are in is deliberate. It's either being orchestrated for it to be the way it is right now, or it's just deliberate. Because the first 5 years, we don't know whether this second 5 years are going to start it, but unofficially, we'll be able to determine that within the next couple of weeks, months, or years. But we're still dragging it. But anyway, the first 5 years was meant to be a year of putting all the jigsaws together. And then the second 5 years, apparently, is the year of execution. But we don't spend 5 years in promoting farming for make we able to forget food security for Sierra Leoneans. Okay, what happens to it 5 years later? And then now we're going back to the drawing board of reinstating the same project with now a different name called Feed Salon. So we are still running around this vicious cycle.
What are you going to feed the people with? We don't know.
So this is just a vicious circle of politicians creating extreme bottlenecks for things that they know for sure is not going to happen, but they're using it as a political tool to gain numbers. Failing to realize that the people that they are actually using as political tools are also suffering the consequences of their bad policies that they are putting in place. They don't care. They honestly, seriously don't care. Because if we continue for they allow this for go on and on and on and on, what will they end up at? What will they end up at?
If the government decides, say, all them people are the bloated people within the appoint in our government positions them. If they been just appoint agriculture coordinators now each township, chiefdom, village, and district and region, there's what for being better. Let them appoint all man say go make farm. And the way they pay you now by you harvests. So they appoint you, you will harvest with increase your salary. You understand? Appoint people, and if you really, really want agriculture for thrive, for level feed salon, appoint agriculture coordinators now the different parts of the country, from the village level to the town level to the chiefdom level, district to regional level. Do that first, then you can pack the all state house and create new ministries. Why do you need to create new ministries? For do it?
But let's say if it is not political, 10 years ago, there were projects that I possibly documented with agricultural-based projects with something to yield enough dividends right now if it was nothing to do with politics. Because again,
the APCs, they will be there where then they make every side and get ABC them, right?
And there were farmers unions all over the country.
Yeah.
All over the country. And I even bring down the introduction of these corporate banking institutions.
Corporate banking as well as the local content points.
Exactly.
So that brings down
like
the local
ongoing projects on agriculture alone. I visited so many agricultural farms that were collective corporations by various different farmers coming together and producing. And what happened is, after the end of farming, after cultivation, they put the products together and then they sell now one pot. Then put the money at the cooperative banks. Then you come back again, you take loan from the money you don't make, and then you have the money for loan. We they use now for do various other different businesses. Then whilst farming still continue. So now
and then the loan assists them as well.
Yeah. So now go for use that money, they forget a good turnover for supplements for the time when they need the farm. Made able for pay for their beginning school fees, buy uniforms, and feed themselves. So these were effective projects that were ongoing. What happens to them?
They killed it.
It's not because of political will or political bad management. We will not for those out there. So it is deliberate. People just don't want Sierra Leoneans to be self-sufficient because they want us to rely on them and use us as tools for their own mechanisms. And we cannot sit back and allow this to be a vicious circle for the people of Sierra Leone to be going through this over and over and over. And even though some of we know say wrong, but we still sit down, we said too much, we not talk, because it affects you directly. We can't do that. Because at the end of the day, not everybody is an agriculturalist in Sierra Leone. Not everybody is a miner. Not everybody can be business-minded. Not everybody can go to school. But let's have an environment that should be able to accommodate every Sierra Leonean in their various different professionalism or capacity. If we can do that, I'm not saying Sierra Leone should be self-sufficient within the next 5 or 10 years, but at least we're not going to be relying on individuals. Maybe we might continue to be a donor-driven country, but we will not be so dependent on each and every one of us just for survival. Just for survival. Maybe, just about maybe, we can depend on people for higher level of possibly support, not just that basic that we need just to feed ourselves and feed our family. Come on.
Now we cannot even do
this, man. We cannot rely on Krawo. Krawo first and I've been for dog.
And now then the ball and sell them, then they work out.
Can you imagine Krawo first and I've been for dog?
Yes.
And not even in all houses that actually look after dogs, then go get a dog Krawo. First and Krawo, then you take for men, people away scrap. Then they say go cook Krawo, where you call the Krawo, the ball will make an like start, we put on your food for make you food ill. Krawo. Now Krawo not even exists again as salon. I bet if you old 15, 20, 25 years, you're not supporting a Krawo. Right. Because some man not see Krawo, because now let's not about a portal. Oh, you laugh.
I don't laugh this loud in a long time.
Yes, not about a portal anymore. So Krawo not they exist again. First time Krawo, you see a black one. But now Krawo now so what's a Krawo again?
But they sell Krawo by ball now. 3 ball Krawo 10,000.
But you man a joke. Who say you shouldn't sell Krawo?
Yes.
Where?
5 years. If you not see them, you we don't say abeg una is una not una confirm with me. Then they sell Krawo na salon now.
You man
you know say Krawo first time. Well, the one where they help for work, where they go wash pan, this after they don't put for them and they add the Krawo as well. Or some man like the Krawo, you understand, because they crack and all that. So then they put for them Krawo as bunya where they don't buy. But now the Krawo now sell, then they sell the Krawo and then cookery place.
You might like respond to Stephen once more. Stephen said the youth farm comes to mind. We spend billions and we not see farm. We are wicked to ourselves in that country. I agree to you, Stephen, you're totally 110% correct, but we should not be making the mistakes of the past in reality to what we want to do now and use it as an example. Oh, but now so them we did do last year. Oh, but now so them we did 5 years ago. Okay. That is
so Stephen, in essence, they agree with all what you would say and use passed for justify the deliberate action.
Again, that is what I'm saying.
So now they try for tell we say yes, what did they happen? So it really bad. But for take courage, they use the past. When
So
that one
we cannot be making references of yesterday to the reality of today.
No, you can make references.
No. The reality of today should not be affected by the past.
But just make sure say you're ready for accept what happen now, because the cutoff dates where we been get, Stephen, the day where President Bio been say the people want change. The people deserve better. But what kind of change? Rest have been this price. So that from that same day, from April 4th, 2018, that he became the president, he promised what? A new direction where they bring change to the people. A president will say, in a talk and do. A president will tell, we say, he been promised the people A to Z, he deliver A to Z, and even give the people Bunya, surpass Z. So why you for can't we go back to see what happened before President will be president? For justify all the evil things that are happening under agriculture, but you still want for little believe say them go able for feed salon. Promise bread and butter economy wait, that you will not see. The same chief minister get mind at that time for tell we during election say now then get the solution 3 months after election. Then they solve the problem. So we really feed salon. Now things just they get stronger. Petrol not go 30,000 before 2023 elections. So now after 2023 elections, now petrol price go up twice from June to date to August. 279 petrol price go up. From June to August, petrol price go up twice. Now been 22,000 will be the left on T-boy.
I think so, yeah.
Right? So July, it go up to 25,000. The next moment, we're in at 30,000 leons. Inside 2 months, we left Sierra Leone, fuel was 22,000 leons. That was in July 9th and 10th. We left Salon. From July 10th to August 31st, fuel price go up twice in the space of how many? 6 weeks.
You might be afraid left alone, you will breathe?
If I'm in the breathe?
Mm-hmm.
I was trying.
Let's go to the next topic.
I was trying. So the cost of living is killing the living. T-boy not go wrong with that title at all. And it's a sad reality for Sierra Leone and for Sierra Leoneans. We must not trivialize these issues because it affects everybody. You might be in a position of comfort today, but even you safe, with some time in our government or really closer to the powers that be, things they affect you. Now, some man be used for full up in tank, some man on a fully tidy by. The ration in Can we see some man can say, they take keke na the breeze like the lie, you know, to the breeze.
And he failed money not do, eh?
And he failed money I not do. So because of that, it a pack the what's kind of waka idle waka.
It's cheaper to run on foot than actually driving.
Exactly. So that they affect everybody. Where EDSA tariff don't go up, not so because of the people of Sierra Leone wicked to Sierra Leone or the opposition wicked, because the opposition not so that they increase EDSA tariff. EDSA tariff don't go up by 100%. So if you buy tariff 10,000 leons, now 20,000 leons you get for buy. Then you know they even get the 10,000 leons worth we be get. That's the sad part. And on top of that, you get blackouts. Sometimes couple of days, light not a week, light not in some areas. There are not only poor people that we hate Salono, because most of the poor people they not even get light na their house. They get beng. Okay?
Dima, let me go back to Stephen once more. He wants to No, you see, sometimes it's interesting to make reference of these statements publicly and boldly instead of just writing it on the chart. It said, when CQC walked into my office a few days ago, the first question I was asked, how many staff do you have on shift?
Duty, on shift, yeah. I'm able to respond to that because...
Today. How many should you have? They said, we need to change our mindset as citizens. Okay, let me comment on that, Stephen, just quickly. A supervisor walks into your office and asks you the question, Stephen, how many staff do you have on site today? On site, as in, Usa you dey work right now, so Usa you dey. How many staff then they on duty now? If you are a manager in that particular department, it means you have the roll call of staff that have signed in to be working at that particular shift. So you know exactly how many staff you have on site. Because before you start work day, you look at your rota and you look at your timesheet and you look at your members of staff that you have before you distribute roles and responsibilities. Then you will know Joe Blocks is not coming today, he's coming late. Joe Blocks is not yet on shift because he's supposed to be here at 9 and it's 9:30. What you do as a manager, you pick up the phone. Joe Blocks, where are you? Are you coming to work today? I haven't seen you. It's past your work time. Have you clocked in or you're in the building? Joe Blocks says to you, sorry, boss, I'm not coming to work today. So you should know the amount of staff you have on duty. It's different from almost people that are working at this office.
I don't respond to that because Stephen, they go and make up stories them, unfortunately, for carry the narrative for justice.
We can't allow for carry the narrative.
So Stephen, I think then they advise, David Senge or do it they do because now instead they beat himself by your own statement the way they make. Like you stated, Usa you they work, wherever you work, there's a system and a policy in place for say you have to give 2 hours notice at least if you're not coming, if you're running late or you're not show up for work. And the reason why they ask you how many people you have on shift today and how many are you supposed to have is to allocate resources accordingly. If not production you depa, then they go able for make let able for times how many people will go able for produce X amount. So then able for call bank staff, then able for call agency for can cover, or they able for call other people waiting at us, when they're on duty that day, they say, do you want to come and do overtime? That's if not production. If not other services they provide, they want to make sure so they get enough staff for meet the needs of their customers and clients. That's why they ask you that question. What your chief minister did and the so-called thing where you say, it's not a one-off, Stephen. It's a routine. They do that all the time. So here, David Senge, that has no business, not that particular department, ministry, agency, or wherever I go, just because he's chief minister, he thinks, because he is supervise and which he call and provide oversight for ministries, means say it can just walk in and go. That's not how you bring change and fix problems. That is what we are saying here. You can go there 100 times, but that's still not a change the problem. There are fundamental issues. You go to the root cause of the problems. So begin talk first to senior management. Do you know how many people that are assigned to this ministry? How many people when they work in government force will not get even PIN code? They don't have PIN code. They are volunteers in the first place. So they are not bound by government contracts, say them for day every day. Because if I'm volunteering, I'm an at-will worker. How government can stop me for go work at will? I can stop to go to work at will. I can decide to go today. At will. That is what volunteerism is. But people they work in government, ministries, agencies, and departments, they are not on payroll. They are not on government voucher payroll. So, Stephen, stop trivializing these things and not talk to me like I say we're not dummy them. We do understand how things operate in Sierra Leone. Now, wait till we decide for talk bot or we not decide for talk bot at all. We're not completely naive about things that are happening in the country. And we don't get the privilege for work other side, and we don't see how systems that they operate. Governments are the highest employer in the country. Not even get database. The HR system not even know how many people where they work. Because you know, the employment, people employ differently in the country. You get people that way government they employ through the government cadre. You get people that way they work in a certain side when are senior officials where they just draw your own posse capital and they say this person they work here, begin get a uniform for wearing. You get other person where just they go, where gets connection within the corridors of power. They send and they say, we are gonna catch this person here. So you have to understand all those things before you start saying. Nobody is saying to go and do on the spot check is bad. But what is the motive? What is the reason? What do you want to achieve? What is the objective behind it? Are you gonna? Is that gonna help you achieve it? Now you don't get a photo opportunity. You don't go there. You don't make. You take picture. Out see, but I say, Brahma, waiting.
Brahma, almost people in the work now.
Brahma, almost people in the work now. Who is Brahma in the first place? You should ask Brahma who that now you waiting. Sometimes you don't even know. So if you do and behind the scenes, we don't know because I waiting. I tell me Tibo Ali, I waiting camera waiting.
What's in camera see that they record.
They record. So we see if you ask Brahma. Brahma is an ordinary man. Where you go meet up, you ask almost people. What if Brahma is a messenger? How Brahma gonna know how many people?
No, but Juma, let's say for example you're doing this out of the courtesy of wanting to know what happens in these various different ministries. Do you really need the camera there?
Exactly.
Do you really need the camera there? But you can actually see him waiting for the camera to move before he moves. So basically, it's like stage managed.
It's stage managed.
Because you're waiting for the camera, you can see the anticipation of, is the camera ready? Okay, I'm coming out now.
Right.
So is it necessary? Are you actually going there to execute the duties of what you have in mind, or you want to showcase?
Well, that's how they say, you don't get in one hit wonder. So then what happens after that?
It's about, because when you showcase, you wait for the camera to roll. Like when you say action.
Right.
And if you're not waiting for the camera to roll, the camera will pick you up from the foot, from the leg, from the back, from every angle, because the camera is not, you're not waiting for the camera to roll before you move. You just get up and go. And then you have the media team behind you who should be following your steps as you're moving along. But you don't anticipate and wait and ask, is everything ready? Okay, can I come out now? You're acting. You have already stage managed what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, who is going to receive you, and all that stuff. It's like you're pre-acting your moves in all these various different ministries. That's why
you don't just grab and go do that. You give people warning. You tell them. Even supervisors, they're waiting to collaborate and they're going to place, then they announce them, say, we are coming to XYZ place, so and so date. So that's something that disrespect. You not trust the people the way you put for manage for you, including the ministers where government appoint. They don't respect and trust them. So you can't just walk up to somebody in office because you have the power to do that. No. You give them warning. You tell them, say, we have observed over the years, lateness, absenteeism, all sorts of things. You highlight that. You send a memo. You send a memo out. Say, going forward, would like to advise A, B, C, D forthwith. Anything short of this, that. You don't give that circular, that memo to everybody. Then I get for be government-wide. Because now taxpayers' money. Once you do that, then you sit down now with managers, they let them begin tell you what is the problem. Every ministry, every side gets your own issue. Why make them the late? Why make them the absent? And we know we country have a culture. Almost burying in the way they happen at salon every day. Almost burying in them, but could say they left.
A lot, yeah.
Either a family member or family friend or workmate or this or that. People let they grab and go. So this is a culture. You don't know we mindset. They all they grab and go. So why make the chief minister himself to start with? Government still be there in operation. during election, was he at his office? Where been in education?
No.
He was out there dancing. He did dance that stage. But Pikin and be still they go school, work still be need for done. But he wasn't at his office. Was he exempted? No. Half of you staff there, they tell them, let them go wear t-shirt, let them go campaign. Una they go pull Pikin and teacher them at school. For go match pass or for go clap for Fatima Bio. You pull them at school where they're supposed for land.
Come on. Breathe.
No, but you see, when these people are doing things, they have to think. Like some of us are not stupid or dumb.
Boy, you have to breathe.
All right, I don't breathe. So
don't forget you get for go back home.
Well, I get for go back, but I get for tell. I wish we were able for see them face to face. Lord, tell us some of them truth. I ask.
We send him an invitation. No, we can't send him an invitation yet. We will because we'll be.
Yeah, wait. Because if you talk about radical inclusion, you have to be honest to yourself. You know what a cake work for go campaign politics. You pull all your staff them. You tell them let them go campaign. They not do work where half of the job where people let me supposed for do. They know they do them because they send a campaign team. Work must not stop because of campaign.
I mean, civil servant politicians?
Exactly. That's the question. So if you get a t-shirt for go dance, but then you want to go back and go tell them, say, then for Camden our workplace.
Hey, campaign not done it too.
Exactly. They're not doing inauguration yet.
Exactly. So we still get few work for do and the gone. But anyway.
And therefore do thank you to all of that.
That thank you to the way to 2020 almost.
2020 zones.
You don't get time ban.
Exactly.
That's
so, but Fambule, if we don't come here, these are some of the things they already talk about, the standard of living at the country, people
living.
Yeah, the cost of the living is killing the living. So we need to talk them out of malice, but these are some of the realities they will talk about, that if you want to do the propaganda, you have to do the work at the same time. Nor be deceptive to the people of Sierra Leone. Like T-Boy stated, only talk and do when you think say necessary. You only act when you think say necessary. The other time where you fall short, you make flimsy excuses. No, or blame it on other people. Let's be honest. If they give a role, do them right for the people of Sierra Leone. That's the oath you took to serve.
And stop blaming it on the rain.
Exactly. Blame our rainy season, no, not too much sun, nine come out, the poto been there, all kind things, Ukraine, Russia. Now they talk about Ukraine and Russia again. Now some people and then they blame them, say these Salon people are not patriotic.
Yes, let them die for patriotism, but the other one, no one die for patriotism.
Now the people of Sierra Leone get bad at, then they're sore losers, they're not patriotic, they get bad at, now that. Scary them, say, una not complain, una wait for election time reach. Una go show na dissatisfaction at the ballot box. So that they lead me to the next topic. The visa ban. Over to you, T-Boy.
Well, the visa ban came about almost 2 weeks ago, a week ago, and we saw a press release from the American Embassy Sierra Leone branch where states say all individuals were involved in election rigging for the transparency of the election not to be publicly published, for any role where any individual don't play in stopping democracy to prevail in Sierra Leone, and their families and subsidiaries or any connection that is associated with any of these individuals will not have a visa approval to travel to the United States of America. Primarily because of the sole purpose of not executing the duties of true democracy, one of which now transparent and free and fair election, which they have serious concerns over. And I think for make you get the United States government for come out with a policy statement like this, it means they have gone through rigorous amount of meetings back and forth, rigorous amounts of evidence based on the kind of materials they we then get or we then don't see for them to determine the state at which they are going to levy this ban against people of interest. What they did not specifically identify are the people of interest. And they also continue for say, yes, there are people of interest, but in the past, the American state government don't allow certain individuals. They did not specify what certain individual they are talking about directly, but the American states don't allow certain individuals to attend or allow visas to go to America for specific reasons. But they're not going to talk, say that will be part of their mandates this time around, but it is not possible for, say, it will not happen or it will happen. It's discretional. So basically, there are a lot of issues that we surround this particular visa ban and who this visa ban directly directed to. We might not know exactly any specific individual, but we'll be able to identify these individuals if the American government refused them visa based on the statements we they make in regards to why they go stop any individual. We get any kind of link or association with the fact say they're not able to make democracy prevail in Sierra Leone for the June 24 election. So this visa ban comes with a lot of discussion within Sierra Leone. Some people are saying it's not a ban. Some people are saying everybody's affected. Some people are saying the ban is only limited to few people. So everybody, they're making your statements, both politicians and non-politicians, civil society members, or whatever they might be. Everybody's making their own gestures and concerns and raising all their own red flags or blue flags or white flags. But the American government not institute any of this particular ban yet to any individual where we are aware of. There are rumors flying over the place to say certain individuals are going to attend the UN summit which will take place within the next week or two in New York, but we still don't know yet whether the American embassy in Freetown is going to issue visa status to certain individuals of concern. We yet don't know. So until that time they come, it pass, then we'll be able to understand exactly what's in the United States of America then move or then step towards refusing certain individuals visas application for either attend the UN summits in America, New York to be specific, or have access to go to America for any other purpose that is doomed to be necessary by those individuals. But there also states say, if at all certain individuals has been issued visas already and they are in the state or might want to travel to the state and they have been issued visas in the past, those visas can be revoked. So it is still a bit of who are there. So basically you can still have your visa and your visa can still be revoked if you fall under the category of the visa ban. So we don't see any physical evidence yet of this visa ban because we haven't seen any individual who will talk, say, this now one person where American embassy don't refuse visa and that person and that person and that person. But over the years, we used to see a lot of government officials traveling to the United States for the UN peace or the UN summits we can always hold in New York. Are we going to be expecting to see a huge amount of contingency again to go and represent at the UN summit? We don't know. The UN summit is an international summit that is going to be attended by international observers or people from various different countries that have diplomatic rights to travel to the UN summit specifically. So the UN summit is in an enclosed area that deals with individuals that are coming to that summit, and they will remain in the confinement of that summit environment and not beyond. If they step their feet into the shores of the Americans, that they haven't been given the right to do so, they will be arrested if found, say they don't commit any crime in that nature. So again, it's a ban. but we yet don't know when they're going to start to execute it. But what's in at the essence of the ban, as far as I'm concerned, is very significant. Some people say the West always try to do stuff like this so that they'll be able to tie countries down for make them able to sing their own hymn sheets on their own hymn sheets. Again, that might be true, but we've seen a lot of those discrepancies over the years with various different countries, including Sierra Leone. So no doubt it might be one of many reasons, but also it might also be, say, the fact of the matter is the American government or the American institution in Sierra Leone has not officially acknowledged the presidency of this current government. So that might be also the reason for the visa ban. Because if they have officially accepted the result of ECSL and they believe in the mandates and the proclamation of the data of what ECSL has produced to the world, then we will not be going down the road that we are going to right now, as in the visa ban. So it gets a lot of issues that we're surrounded by this particular visa ban. Again, we don't know whether it's because of the fact that there is a huge amount of human rights abuse in Sierra Leone. That can be also another reason, because again, we don't say America, they frown at human rights abuse all over the world, because if there is democracy in certain countries and they want democracy to prevail, human rights is also one of the concerns of democratic states. So there is a lot of issues them surrounding this visa ban, but the American states government don't make it clear to the one in which this ban they affect and how it affects them, but not tell you specifically when it will take effect and when it begin for execution. They don't also make clear, say, there are exemptions in some cases that has occurred in the past, not necessarily mean it will happen again, but not also necessarily mean it will not happen. So they've left some issues on a gray area where they might go back into and say, sorry, yes, we've been say so, but now we don't want for action on. Then we'll say, okay, yes, sorry, we've been say so, but now we know the action on. So it depends on what sort of agreement that they're going to have with this current government that is in power right now to be able to at least negotiate what they think they want to negotiate in terms of democratic rights of the citizens of Sierra Leone has not been allowed to take its course. So yeah, that's my take on that, Juma. I don't know what's your...
Thank you. And Tiba, I think you don't explain it well, how we get to where we are and the announcement from the US government from the August 31st press release and some of the confusion them around it or the things that were not too clear for people. And I'm happy that you mentioned the UN General Assembly. So you see the timing of the announcement. The timing of the announcement is closer to the UN General Assembly. And we've been done to see the large entourage of people coming to the UN Assembly, from subsequent government. They will get 50, 100 people within a delegation and stuff like that. And one unfortunate thing for the President Bureau administration that we have seen since April 4th, 2018, now that they like to play with words. They like to play with words and try for fool things that they fool the people of Sierra Leone. We even themselves know within the reality. They hold on to one thing and then they capture and say, this we they do. And so things they happen. So we've seen this happening. And one moment, then will tell you, say, then get the confidence of developing partners and global institutions because President Bill don't work so hard, don't do so much well that I make the, waiting President Bill can they say, even the other country themselves, Salon first and not be the country them, but since we're in camp, see where this country self call, see where that country they self call where and do so and so. He always says that. KKY tell we say, with man and they can't ask and then they learn from them, then they call and can they? come back, can't give you sense back. It's in the way we don't do so. We're good to say that. But when they get caught pants down, they get upset and they blame it on Sierra Leoneans, where they live in the diaspora, and the opposition say that they portray Sierra Leone in a bad image.
What did you say?
No, I just said I wanted to.
So one of the things that we go say to start with, now this is a big dent on President's bill, because it tell we say all in travels the way travel the 100+ trips that it don't make from April 4th, 2018 to June 2023 is seen have been for clean the image of Sierra Leone and rebrand Sierra Leone and make less salon day na the map usai been there. But if you're getting visa ban and restrictions just after June 2023 elections, that's a big dent. And for let the United States of America, spotlight your country like that, that's not good for your country, in morale, as well as, on standing now the rest of the world. What you don't see so gets other implications where sometimes people not mention, but where they not agree talk about. So when America do a vote of no confidence in you as a country, they make other people then watch. Let's talk about investment in the first place. Sierra Leone is so bad in need of investment. Investment we go make for grow the economy and, provide employment and just push the country go before. But when you get America do a visa ban on you and restrictions like that because of democracy, vote rigging, corruption in politics, violence against people, intimidation, and so on and so forth, where they will say they directly affect democracy and good governance, then they will make investors then free for going to a country in the first place. So if you think the impact is just about, if they're not giving me visa for America, can they go England or go other side? No, it's bigger than that. People will not want to do business with you as a government where you don't get any kind and tag them. You might want to say, Juma is just making propaganda here, but that's the reality. Companies, sober companies, I need to talk about the UK and them 419 companies, where sober companies, they want to invest, they do their own research. They want to know how the political climate in the country, the security, the safety, the legal part of it, for make sure say the country in risk level low at all levels before they go put their money inside it. Because no one will go and put $1 billion investment in a country that is a high-risk country. So Sierra Leone right now, as a result of this visa restriction, is under that category as a high risk. We've not been done come out there yet since the war, since Ebola, since COVID, mudslide, and other things. But this now don't come make it worse. And people go surprised. This is not the first time certain group of people did on a visa ban or restrictions. During Ebola time, there was a visa ban for Come America against every member of government who work in foreign affairs. Every member of government who in our foreign affairs, they restrict enough for give them visa for Come America for a while. And the sad thing where people don't understand, when you get this kind flag, it's not going to go overnight. Not to like say they make almost 6 months till they then pull up. It's going to be there for a long time before they lift that flag there. So anybody who gets, they don't program and where you get, then say for certain people. And this government try for make the thing like for say America they target the people of Sierra Leone. No, that is not true. The visa ban is for specific people and put on there for specific people. And America not so like a way they go and guess who. Before they announce something, They don't put a list together of the targeted people, and they will be updating that list as they go along. Then they just guess. So if governments want to use the UN General Assembly as a propaganda, say, hey, but they say America give visa, Marabi don't go. You can't be proving points to the people of Sierra Leone. You have immunity to attend the UN General Assembly, as T-Boy stated earlier. The UN General, the United Nations is a government on its own. It just happens, say, it's inside America. So UN not get nothing for you can come, but now UN you they come. You have restrictions of places to go. And they tell you before you come, say, now now they go. For let you go any other side, you get for be associated with the function where you come for. And the UN people get for understand, say, when they say United Nations, they get agencies them under the United Nations, including the World Bank, IMF, and all them, the financial institutions them, we tie with the UN. So if there's an IMF meeting in Washington, you can come to Washington and attend that meeting, but not to America you can. From your hotel to it just sounds like when they give somebody ankle brace, right? Your ankle brace when they give you, then say they come and work out, but now from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Anytime we pass that one day, and you work at all enough for pass from
designated areas.
I've gone turntable to Eastern Police. You still inside Freetown. You go say, but I didn't have Freetown at the worker. No, but you go past Eastern Police, but let's see it in the apple. That is why they give you security and all the people they control your movement. So all that boku party where they make now when they see you can watch back before they see. It's not gonna happen. So now when they don't make publicity, then take una money, say presidents they come, na guest of honor na this. Now for nothing if now they go for go see. The hotel na say schedule no permit for camp as a result of so thing. You know, so this is sad for the Bio government and it is sad for Sierra Leone because people warned that una no stifle with democracy. Una left yuki business and rigging. This is a manifestation for sure say, waiting the opposition, they cry, say the elections in Sierra Leone was not free and fair. Now don't go to another level. America now they put mots pan local pan a country in politics. But America and foreign policy agenda, as we know it, yeah, is to promote freedom and democracy and protect human rights around the world. They were here in the bluff, say, including Tawana Parliament. I was so embarrassed listening to him. So America can't teach with democracy. But January 6th, you know, it's what they do the former president. We want to make a coup against democracy. Now they go and court so different side there. The people they will go to the Capitol building because of democracy. Not to them, they not go protest for protect democracy. They go make a coup against democracy, just like how a lot of people within ECSL and the other people then do. Because you cannot go and announce a result where you not can't done it. There is a process. Let us say President Bio win these elections. Let us say for argument's sake. But it don't go down in history that Mohamed Kone and his team, then UK and dubious activities don't undermine President Bio in winning and in legitimacy. That was self-inflicted. Whether President Bio being given the authority for Duam, whether they do them on his behalf or not, posterity will judge us. Time will come when certain people get for answer, you know, on that. So if you come begin to make propaganda, say because they call UN, you go fool your people then. But there's a visa restrictions on your people. And they will not be traveling. Tiba, I can't tell you the next thing will get for happen, for cover up.
Then I was in that go be.
One bites me, fuck.
Go on, I bite you.
President Bioga for pull a press release where the team don't bet good one. They pull a press release say it restricts traveling of government officials because of a want for focus on the economy. If you want bite me back. I bite you me last grade.
Who's one the will to cut off?
To cut on last grade to cut on. Now they bite you.
Well, I no go doubt that stunts day. The only reason why the stunt will not be as effective as you might want it to be now because
one time for me, immediately tell you they say that ain't get for do.
It can't late. The stunt they can't late because the stunt don't make any difference. Because the stunt might have to come maybe tomorrow, next week, or as early as Monday or Tuesday. Because again, what will be the ban on ministers or people of Sierra Leone not to travel? Why it will execute that?
No, it will do and for cover up this. Because when you don't do and for cover up this, that means it will be like saying with the decision where the United States take. Okay. You understand what I mean? It will tell like a saying a government for cover face. That's the thing. And you see again the overzealousness of certain people in a salon just make everything worse. Me and you know this did not start today. Before elections, America and other partners, then development partners, then been get involved, not so?
Yep.
Try for dialogue, for show them reason, say, don't go down this path. It will not be good for you. They're not listening. And it will be interesting to people of, we viewers them today for no say, not to the American ambassador, but Washington was calling Kone after the ambassador and other partners, they don't try for prevail on them. For Sidom and Toxi, let them not go announce, let them do, make sure say them put everything as the Electoral Act say, let them show the figures them as they tabulate, as they put in the figures, where they're not listing. Washington be the call that the State Department, be the call Kone before it go announce. They not pick up in phone. They not pick up in phone. Then call and constantly say up to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He made himself unavailable. And America knock not the left panel.
They never complicate.
Knock not the left by America. That's one. 2, the exit interview where the ambassador do na 98.1, where the new Dabobo go stop the man and go facilitate the man not do the interview and go disrupt him. And 3, David Sanger in post where he posts say nobody no go Sierra Leone is sovereign state, nobody no go dictate to them or tell them waiting for do. Then can get right for work with anybody where they want for work with. I don't think that they lead to it who they see. So say, okay. Until now, a sovereign states, when I want for challenge, when I do not sovereign, we not say when I go outside, but America, yeah, certain people, not the Canaya. Certain people, not the rich Naya. We not say if you get American passport, but certain people not get for Canada and then I'll blacklist. So people get for understand the repercussions of certain things they will say or do. Who say it get for lead with tomorrow. And they miscalculated it, T-boy. Sabi how he operate in a salon? My Lord just do the thing on above case. Now one day grumble no more. Can that one, can that cool? Now talk no more they get for talk after 1 week all thing done. Now that pattern they apply so. But the strategy failed. And now then they bet them finger. Because they never saw this coming. And they're blaming it on who that? The opposition. And who that? We were in our social media saying how they give Salon bad name. They don't want for take responsibility for what they don't do. saying are self-inflicted. Other things they will talk about around, but I just want for highlights some of them things here so we get for do with the visa ban. That's not a new thing. It all happened before with America, and it don't happen now. And this one get for be really rough because when America not recognize you as a legitimate government based on certain actions, other countries will follow suit. Investors, they're not going to go in a country. Serious business people, not they go there. Other people, the way they inside the country, when as Sierra Leoneans themselves, go come out there. Like how T-boys say, who side they go invest? Ghana, Gambia, Senegal, and other countries, the way they feel say their investments will be protected, including Guinea, even though a military regime did it. We even go to the point for justify the stupidity for say, not to Salon no more. The statement, now the same statement they write about Nigeria, then just change the country no more from Nigeria to Sierra Leone. How can you be so low-minded? You need to focus on your own country and see where you got it wrong. Over to you, T-Boy.
Well, thank you very much, Juma. The concern now, then Fitz didn't get them wrong is the question. They didn't get it wrong according to them. So let's look at Dandy and see exactly what are some of the consequences of some of this ban. Like Juma don't highlight earlier on, it might affect investment, it might affect inland investment as well, because also the new American ambassador don't possibly take office or is supposed to come this week?
Today,
okay. So in the cast alone, with an open view of less expectation, because I know for sure, is the Salon government going to give him a warm welcome or not? But regardless, the reason why the American government has been involved, or the European Union and not involved in the affairs of Sierra Leone, now because they can always say, put you much outside your pockets day. That word, they're not so just an easy word we can just throw at somebody where they make boku noise. Now the fact say, if you can make the noise and you can pay for the noise, then they say who pays the piper calls the tune. So if you are a sovereign state but cannot deal with the sovereignty of your state's affairs, and you're bringing in other players to come and help you deal with the affairs of your sovereign states, and then all of a sudden when your sovereign state wants to act independently, then the players then waiting they call for can't help them for build this sovereign states. Where do you belong? So now, like if you're a team manager and then you get game against Manchester United, for example, Arsenal, we beat Manchester United a few days ago. You might not talk because you don't need to make that noise because it's totally irrelevant.
And again, why did you mention it in the first
place?
Nothing
for do with football. I just bring and come no more.
So why you for mention my team with you know all jubilate? We beat Manchester.
Well past Manchester United. I don't know more how lucky you guys were.
All right, let's go back to our conversation.
Example I have to make. Now, if you get 12 team like a Manchester United, no. If you get 12 team like a Arsenal, and then all regroup with Crystal Palace players, them, for me, they can play against Manchester United. And then we beat Manchester United. And then all of a sudden, Manchester United say, well, but Arsenal are 12 team. Now, because they get people that we don't can support them, we then can regroup against you and make them win this game. But guess what? We go to return leg. Then return leg, Arsenal say, well, Manchester United, will they beat you now with we own players and segment? We will not need no support anymore. Crystal Palace can go to hell. Then I'll go fetch the battle later. And then they don't make much. No, say Manchester United don't regroup. So if Manchester United don't regroup now for can fetch Arsenal, we then believe say they beat Arsenal full blown. Those kind of stance where Arsenal go take, where they not already kick the team where we don't get enough physical support for them beat Manchester United. So we cannot be making all this noise. Oh, Salon sovereign state, we can deal with your problem. Other countries can interfere, but we American democracy is even rubbish. They work, not effective, they don't corrupt the world. Agreed. But why do you rely on them? Why you be they take their money? Why you be they take their advices? Why you been feel to say that the best people for putting una back into power? Why una be they accept everything where the American government be the poor, not alone? Una even go to the extent una say this new president way na Joe Biden na friend to una. Even this David saying, oh, they book so he boasts for coming from America after I don't spend decades of years they don't go study law land. And then all of a sudden you think say you're bigger than America? No man is bigger than, no man is an island. Like I said only first. So for make we don't brag, and then we still dependent. Now you and now they want for go so within America. If we so proudly don't want nothing to do with America, we they boycott the UN just because it is in America.
And we had countries that did that, right?
Of course we do.
We don't president that we don't do they say we don't even go UN safe.
Thank you. So if we are so hates America they involved in the administrative structures in Sierra Leone, we not boycott the UN. Because you guys are flying American planes to America and you're going to the America. Sorry, double standard. You accept one and then you despise the other way. Now the one going away for despise, now you go accept. Just because you have to go attend the UN, your relevance in the UN is not going to make any change. Your relevance in the UN for Salon not mean nothing because they go listen to you no more because it is a platform for everybody to go and express themselves. They give you that freedom.
Every state, member state. That's why they say member states.
No, that's how for council. They give you that freedom, even though you don't break certain protocol, but you still have that freedom as a member state to go and express yourself. And you don't hold that freedom to the people in the country for express themselves. Come on, please. So we get a lot of double standard in what we are saying. So for like we begin boastfully say Salon as sovereign states, we can man our own affairs, then we should be restricting ourselves not to go to countries that are not in support of our sovereign state that we manage right now. Because you're not going to tell me, say, oh, me at the country say you also dirty afterwards, and they can because you also is just too messy. Guess what? There is a girl in your house that I like. And then I say, what thing? I don't go friend you more because that girl that was like, man, even though I'm not saying he was dirty. Come on, double standard, isn't it?
See, boy, you go for it.
I know say people are going to say, why not one example they make, but go on.
See, but it's sad. It's sad when you get a bunch, them put together a bunch of novice them for run a country. How can you be saying you're a sovereign state? A sovereign state. You don't need America them at all. They do business with China and Russia. But you national security advisor, where you want for appoint, where you want for contract, now American man, wait man American man back home. When I've been green beret, we serve now the American military. You hire him as a contractor for serve as your national security advisor. Then you say you're a sovereign state. You not believe nobody in your military. You and I also, Jama, when a doctor of coup d'etat. You appoint, you bring can consultants from America, you get for pay boku money for go serve as your national security advisor. Who does that? You don't even know self say whether that person in America don't plant some by you.
There you go.
You don't know. The man can come in as a friend to you, but America don't plant some. Say go yonder, go understand this because if you don't operate, you don't do so. It's their money and we said they pay you. This is what we need because the money application, and they go serve na country, they get for apply first through the foreign service. Then through the Attorney General's office na America na ya before you go serve na your country.
You might not go make them go Lamando.
Not to hold them all. It's true. They don't do the application already.
Yeah, of course, I know. I'm just saying.
They did the application. They know what they go land for. They're able to land. That guy has been operating in Sierra Leone for ages. He's a failed politician here in America. He don't involve in dubious business. They all be they take people from Salon for go guide Americans. Then I quit. What you call it? Iraq and Afghanistan. So he get anything and they don't operate in Salon from 2010. This guy has been going to Sierra Leone. Now he can appoint as your national security advisor. But you get Office of National Security. You don't believe the all day. You go bring American man, Spanish American man back in Florida. For being your national security advisor, for can learn you, for show you how they for protect you, and how for deal with propaganda and cyber crimes. American man, but you have sovereign states. Who does that?
Only in Sierra Leone.
Then you don't know if America plans and by you. You know.
that's Juma, that's very interesting and deep.
It is. Well, that will just show you how sometimes when they throw, America say they throw words, they use the propaganda thinking that people are dumb. But there are people that can read, can go see things more than the surface. The exit interview they go block that man for, my brewer, we've been there before, she did an exit interview as well. She was more frequent than 98.1 than any other ambassador.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and we're doing exit interview, then clap for them. This same government, where they left before Reina Council. All of a sudden, they take picture of Reina and they blow up. I see America said, how can you say you are a sovereign state where the ballot box, the way they use there, rubber ball them?
Somebody mentioned that. I think it was online that I saw a statement like that.
11,000 rubber ball.
This Sierra Leone is a joke. How can you be proud of being a sovereign state? Your ballot box, they won't get saved. Now, Can you imagine?
Guinea, not so America, but Guinea. And they go lend ballot box them. They say in a sovereign state.
Juma, honestly, when all of these things started, I thought it was just a joke until I actually realized, yes, Mamekon actually said it himself in a conference.
Inauguration. June, April for the inauguration, the motorcar where they use na inauguration. Now Senegal and go rent them, bring them. Senegal, them Benz, they own have been see. Whether they take the dignitaries them, and what you call it. Now Senegal, now they then go lend the motorcar for inauguration. Benz. Now rubber ball. Where if na me and you, now so they say that's why they wanna contribute to they put $1 buy rubber ball them for the election.
No joke, true.
How much should they buy?
We get money for election, no?
Yeah, they get money. They say they put $10 million for elections. But then rubber ball, 11,000 rubber ball na Guinea, then go rent there. They say in a sovereign state, they provide rubber ball.
11,000 na $1 na $11,000 on it.
Yes. Then you say you know want let person put more per election, per election process. But the rubber ball we use for the election, I lent you go lenter.
I saw that comment online. I think it was from a Nigerian guy that says, Sierra Leone are serious. Una the talk say una sovereign states, even una election box there, na lent una go lent na Guinea. Una the say una sovereign. Yeah, I saw that comment.
They cap inside themselves, them be asked for make box na salon for free. Then tell all of
them don't make no true.
Yeah, make 11,000 bucks. But then gladly then take picture them back, they make press conference, all lent in for rubber ball. Like I say, $1 rubber ball, $11,000. Hey.
That's sad. But anyway,
the national security advisor. Now the country they try for challenge. Now you can hire as consultants for go guide you, for let you able for you don't let you sleep, you breathe, because you don't believe the one the way they around you. But then a whole different case we get for council that national security advisor in your own. But with the wait till confirm say indeed don't accept the position, don't be then we go begin to scatter certain things then. But we'll come to that. Over to you, T-Boy.
So that one now we call Sakte Bonsho.
Exactly. Tell them, explain to them, give them the definition of Saktebonsho.
Saktebonsho for open up the integrity of that particular element.
Yes.
Break down to pieces. Talk about everything surrounding, attached, link, or associated with that individual. That is what we call Saktebonsho. Break them all down. But anyway,
so connected to this boy will be the dialogue then with the opposition. I think we will find out tie all two together.
Yes, true. Okay, no problem. All right, we'll work on that. Well, ATC Sierra Leone Media will also get a proposed program just from this discussion. The other will be don't get earlier on, then they will left for another discussion, but we'll work on it later on as we go along. That is Sierra Leone Media for you. So if you just generally continue for share, we still get possibly small time more for talk about a few more other issues then, as we just did try for round up now with the visa ban for Sierra Leoneans, not Sierra Leoneans, but Sierra Leoneans who are directly involved. Well, Naamika says Sierra Leoneans who are directly involved in the manipulation and the non-transparency of the June 24 election, and also ones that are in support of stopping democracy to prevail in Sierra Leone, that then gets this visa ban. But like I said, the visa ban gets in various different categories of how then they execute them or how they go implement them. But we don't know yet of any individual way don't suffer the consequences of the ban. Until that happens, we'll be able to talk about that in detail. So Juma, let's move on to the next topic. As we know, for say this now first program after couple of months. Well, I will say couple of months because it's been a while now. Anyway, we could be now the what? Can we talk about the 9/11 and then we start mention of the what's not the word say one for talk? The ICC case.
Yeah, we'll kind of what about do quick about handle the opposition part as part of this thing with the ECSL. They will do the 9/11 last. But before we go there was an isolated case or incident we get for do with government officials.
In what area? Where is that?
In terms of traveling.
Okay.
Go talk about travel ban. Recently, the Minister of Health, Austin Demby, was refused visa for South Africa, even though he get diplomatic passport.
Okay, there was some summit in South Africa where they appoint him as one of the chairperson or so.
Right.
Of the health sector in Africa or so, something for that, yeah?
Right. Yes.
Okay, I remember that.
He was carrying a Sierra Leonean diplomatic passport and he was refused visa entry into the country.
Okay, that's a serious issue.
So I'm just mentioning as isolated because we not get the details on why, but it's just for let people understand, say, even though you work for government and something and you get diplomatic immunity, does not mean you are immune totally to certain things. We don't know the reason why they refuse them the visa entry, even though you get diplomatic passport, but I just want for mention and to mention for the people the way they say America not get power for do.
Yeah, but it's a very serious issue because I think he was appointed as possibly the first Sierra Leonean to head the health sector of the sub-region of Africa. So that is a very serious issue because again, I not realize the ban, but I know say he been getting appointments.
Yeah.
In the health sector in Africa.
Visa entry. And this not to any kind person. Austin Demby worked for the CDC. He worked around a lot of African countries, including countries in southern parts of Africa. Now America you don't base for a long time. So waiting this to show you when you associate with certain things, other things could affect you. I'm not saying because we still don't know the reason why the visa ban. But
so I think the only way we'll get for know that if the South African government's willing for disclose the reason for the ban, but otherwise from the government sector in Sierra Leone, we will never have that story out.
Right.
So hopefully we might possibly dig into it a little bit more because the South African government might at some point, maybe somebody must have done an interview or find out the reason why the head of the health sector that was appointed to come to serve in his capacity was denied visa entry into the headquarters of this particular health sector, which is South Africa. I think that's very serious. We should follow that up and possibly come out with some kind of evidence-based research on why he suffered the consequences of not being allowed to go into South Africa. But again, this is South Africa, and South Africa is within our own. And if we've been restricted not to go around our own, then it is serious.
Right.
I think we have to treat it very seriously. It might not have mean anything, but I think we still have to treat it very seriously. Because, like you said, Dr. Austin Demby is a reputable Sierra Leonean who has worked within Africa in terms of health. As you said, the CDC, which I think is a very strong body when it comes to some of the issues that we're talking about all our lives in Sierra Leone, which is health. So for somebody of that nature, he should have credible access to certain countries, especially for his expertise in what he knows.
Yeah, because even if not so the South African government invites you, you're not under the capacity for get that full protocol and all of that, but it's not a reputable institution.
Yeah.
Where they give you position, either a board member or chairman of a committee or something. And you're not because even if you go there unannounced as a minister of government of another country, usually what happens is if there's any stumbling block, they'll call your partner. You understand? Now that particular country, they will get a dialogue and they can give you a waiver. You go in and go do what they do, and come out there. They can give you visa on entry, right? Or certain things. And there might be some delay, but refusing you entry into the country, that's a whole different ball game, and we'll need to understand why. We don't know, and we're not making any assumptions and accusations. We just put out what has been published out there, that the Minister of Health for Sierra Leone was refused entry into South Africa, where they go on an official function. The reason behind his refusal, we don't know, but we'll find out. Or if una wede na the chat group, then no, please una share with me as well, because we say they are for land. But let's go back to other topic. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Juma, for highlighting that concern. I think it's very important we get that as one of the topic of discussion. We possibly go further discuss in the next couple of days to come. And I think we can't just leave things to go by just like that, because it is very important where you highlight the fact, a reputable Sierra Leonean of his kind has been refused visa entry to South Africa. We are one of we own inside the continent. So what will happen when it goes to Europe or other parts of the world? But that is going to be another discussion for us to follow up through it. Now let's go to the reason why we are still where we are as APC, as a political party. Still, they ask questions about when ECSL, they come out with the actual result and data and tally of the June 2023 election we just passed. The position of APC still stands, even though the rumors saying that they are having dialogue, discussion. But I think it's the other way around. Is it APC that is asking for dialogue, or the current government that is asking for dialogue? That is something that somebody or myself cannot really confirm. And I think the reason why, now because the rumors that really happen is a lot. And some of those rumors have some amount of truth, some don't. And we're able to shift the true and the untrue of all the rumors there, so they pass around. So what we now need to do, now forget a discussion on what we know so far, as in the position where APC still stand on, and whether negotiations are happening and how the negotiations are happening. But over the past couple of weeks or so, we don't see various different organizations within Sierra Leone don't request for get a seat on the table discussion with APC as a political party, and because of the stance we didn't take. But surprisingly, all these various different entities were in existence before election, during election, and after elections. And they saw exactly what unfold in Salone within the past 5 years. And we haven't heard, seen, or possibly in any capacity whatsoever gets them to involve in some of the serious concerns that we Sierra Leoneans and non-raised over the past 5 years and months we don't just go into. So for like we see them this time around calling APC as a political party for country freedom and dialogue, and these are the same people who we are supposed to be calling for dialogue when things were going down the drain, when things were going out of control, when things were not in favor of Sierra Leoneans. I will not say political parties to be precise, but for the fact say they are willing to call APC as a political party for dialogue, it means they were not interested in some of the things that were happening to APC as a party, but now all of a sudden they are interested. I remember a couple of, almost like a year or two ago, we had serious discussions on this platform about civil societies, religious leaders, and political PPRC. Is it PPRC they call it? Or religious council, all the bodies that were responsible for making sure that we have peace and stability in Sierra Leone. We are looking at all the issues that will be happen as alone, and they did nothing about it. They not ask questions, they not call for dialogue, they not call for peace, they not call for brutality against civilians for stop, they not call on nothing. They did not make statements on issues or things that happened in Sierra Leone over the past couple of years. They don't make any press conference or press statement for any bad, evil, or human rights abuse we happen at Salon for the past 5 years. It was all okay for them. They did not say nothing to actually protect the interest of civilians, to protect the interest of political parties that were in existence in Sierra Leone. At the moment in time, there is only 2 political parties that exist in Sierra Leone, as far as I'm concerned. It's APC and SLPP. But we have people who are responsible to dialogue with political parties for us not to be in the position that we are right now, but fail to do so deliberately, not because they don't know what is happening, but it was deliberate. And I clearly remember where we sit down in a meeting Bintumani conference also Juma. Can you remind me of that meeting again? I keep forgetting it.
The dialogue between the APC and ECSL, moderated or facilitated by the Independent Peace Commission and Interreligious Council and PPRC.
Thank you. And when I sat in that meeting, I'm not saying, but you can see the reason why sometimes people go to the extreme of committing crimes against humanity. I'm very honest. I am very honest because it was so deliberate that blatant, deliberate and blatant that you see people that were supposed to restore peace and stability in Sierra Leone are actually the ones perpetuating it to happen by failing to address the issues that we have on the table. Instead of they talk in a dialogue format, they were talking at people. Now imagine I am a chairperson for an occasion like that, and I sit in my chair and do this.
They look down or they look other side.
Thank you. How respectful can that be if I'm talking to my audience right now and I'm like this? Are you going to have any respect for what I do? No, because automatically I am using this platform like my living room. And I'm talking down at you watching me because I have no respect for you. That's why I will be like this and I'm talking to you. So now just imagine, flip that coin to somebody who is supposed to be the chairperson for an institution that is ready to moderate between ECSL and the APC as a political party. And you are like this. This not to be me, not to say you say me say right in front of my eyes. But like I say, you just see the reason why people go the extra mile to do certain things in life, and it is not good. It's not cool at all. So for Lake, we are where we are right now. It's the sole responsibility of those organizations that we so-called peace organizations in Sierra Leone, waiting for them to stabilize the situation way before it started, way before it gets to where it is, way before we get to where we don't go. So, Juma, watching at the situation as it is right now for APC as a political party and moving forward with the realization of what's in the demand from ECSL, we still not come through yet.
Well, again, I'm glad you mentioned that meeting day. Now that meeting day now been 2 days meeting, right?
Yeah.
It happened the first day, you have a larger group, then they agree, say, okay, there's going to be a smaller group the following day, and then all resolve at nothing. And the dialogue was between the APC party and ECSL with the Independent Media Commission and Interreligious Council and PPRC say now they put on together. Well, Independent Media Commission creates the platform according to them. Interreligious Council and PPRC now then co-chair the events for let the meeting take place. Say then the dialogue, because you remember the APC party being pull out a press release where they say then give 72 hours for let the ECSL people resign and for they need the disaggregated figures, and also they need international body, reputable international body, we independent for facilitate the June 24 elections for get a free and fair elections. And also then been say, you know, there is no supposed to be no electronic counting, it gets for be manual, we will be satisfied, you know, comfortable for everyone. Those were the demands from the APC party, right? And initially the APC said they're not to take part in the election if then demands and they not met. So ECSL them, what do you call them? Independent Peace Commission, PPRC and Interreligious Council called that meeting there for sit and dialogue. So I think the APC party went there in the presence of members of the international community who they mentioned the EU, the UK, the America, and other partners them being Didi at that meeting. The reason we make a one for let people understand that they use that as the basis for letting on how far we don't come out. And like you stated, we have been highlighting on this platform for years now the people that we've been get for responsible if democracy fail, if Salon deteriorates to a situation where conflicts go arise in that country. You know, so we highlight all them people and then but people know they listen. They look at us, whatever we say here, they take it in a negative way. The dialogue take place. There was a stalemate. They not agree on anything. ECSL, the day, Corner say nobody not get right for tell her waiting for the. If you want, you can even go sit down in village or inside plane for announce the results. In get right. Before international community, in not they pull no figure, no disaggregated figure, what you call them, registration figure, even though way the APC say you gave us illegal and fraudulent figures because you give me figures that you take them back, you say not the wrong figures there. Who does that? Still, I think the APC, I don't know for whatever reason, exercise restraint and even go ahead with the elections, even where they know all them things here. But prior to that meeting, there was a dialogue. Remember, where the Commonwealth facilitates. There was supposed to be a meeting in the UK. They're not be able to forget the joint meeting. Instead, we see separate meeting. Then there was a meeting in Sierra Leone where a communique was signed by the president and the leader of the opposition, and the opposition leader, winner and presidential candidate, Dr. Samuel Kamara and President Bio. Not so, and everything for say we will get peaceful elections, this, that. But again, the genuinity in things where we do, the rhetoric, the things that we say, we get for be careful. We see still, after all them communicate, President Bill they go campaign, what they say. Then we ever hand over power to APC. Not so? And tell people and say, if APC get one vote now, Pujan or Kaila on this place, when I go show who side them votes, then they come on. This not other person be they say I'm on his behalf. He said it, his wife said the same thing. One vote, APC not forget Naya. Is that how you campaign? You campaign and convince people, say, if we not believe in we will not vote for we. You know, go tell people, say, we will not vote for their war. So all that thing and then creates the tension. We saw the elections. Ordinary people did not want the elections to go on because they not been trust and believe the electoral process. Election went on. During elections, counting come, we see the battles. Then they a place for count. Corner refuse and do waiting in feel say right for them. That nobody know they tell me waiting for do, they do waiting right, what I want for do. And he did exactly that. He went and announced a result that he felt comfortable with. In as much as even some of the people that were in at the tally centers, they went and NEC officials, ECSL officials, not even get results now they and they're not counts done yet. Then they in the process of counting, but end up announce. So what did he announce was the question that people were asking. So the opposition say, we're not going to agree with this. You don't announce President Bio as the winner, fine. But we are not going to participate in government because we don't feel say this government legitimate, this and this. And me and you attend most of the observers them press conference them before, during, and after the elections. Not so? We are waiting their statements then say.
Correct, yeah.
And their statements are not different from waiting the opposition be the cry for. And their statement not different from waiting me and you predict na this platform years before the election say now so things get for happen and if it happens so now this get for be the outcome. We did all that. We saw that. Post-election, before that waiting them be say, the president say and NEC ECSL say, if you lost, now for glad is Saful. You will win now for enjoy Saful. You will lost now for go sit on Saful. Not so?
Yeah.
So APC decided for Sidon Saful because then say according to ECSL NEC, say now they lost. So then say Sidon Saful say who say who ne participate Saful. We then now corner Saful, we now take government Saful. Then it don't become a problem. But before that, we saw a statement from the chairman of the Sierra Leone People's Party. We also did our governance. What was his statement? After elections, he said APC no go ever come back na power, they no go ever hand over power to APC. Prince Harding said those statements. Because the reason I make a mention that people will ask, hey, why, what's the importance? The importance is, let's say some of the statements and rhetoric that was made was during campaign, you were fired up. But now, you've been dubiously announced a winner. Instead of sending the olive branch, you still tell people and say, will not they ever hand over power to APC. APC, this is the end of the APC. 2 weeks later, you come back, you can't change. Hey, now brother there, now sister there, let we talk. Is there sincerity in that kind of statement?
No.
Right. So the APC then said they not get problem with President Bio. They not get problem with SLPP. They have an issue with ECSL and the government of Sierra Leone. Now I get for choose now who is the government and who done ECSL. That is what they have an issue with because them feel say the government of Sierra Leone not provide oversight for get a free and fair elections. ECSL not conduct a free and fair elections and they participated in the process for rig the elections. So now then they get problem with. So as a result of that, then they sit up. They not say dialogue not for take place. People then go meet them at their offices, interreligious council go meet them at their office, then get independent peace commission, don't go meet them at the office, don't go talk. They stand by the same thing, then talk. What did we hear when Mohamed Bangura go to parliament, even with the APC don't issue them press release? If you wanted peace, would you take one person out of that group? But you go say, your family not there with will. So which who go advise you, sit down force, not calm. If you want peace. Look, take example, you see, some of the things that are happening around us in public life is not different from what happen around in our private lives then. T-boy, you have your neighbor, right? Then you get conflict with the mama and the papa. But you get one of them picking, we always look for run for canals to you for kite. Which you they do?
And exactly begin say, you know, advisable for make you the economy also because you know, say me you paying then right now we get problem.
Yes.
So I will advise you for make you maybe wait first, like sort me problem out with your family, then we can resume with friendship. Yes, that does happen.
That is it. So what's happen? Because even though you get conflict with the parents, but you still respect them, right?
Correct.
We don't want for mixed picking them and this blabber. But Mohamed Bangura told to say they come, the owner self accept and for prove a point. Say, yeah, it's here. We don't tell on APC, they don't get at them, then they come. The other hand, they all fool. The one APC post will get sense past the all, they don't can join with all. Una wait no more. By next week, 2 go come. The other week, 30 go come. This, that. How you go on for the dialogue with me, but you say you they undermine me at the same time? What's the sincerity in that kind of dialogue? You got a second person. Abbas Bundu, when a constitutional lawyer who all sabi. Supposed to be reputable because don't be ECOWAS Secretary General. In self sit down and say waiting. No worry no more, then go they come one by one. The 30 days not expire or many sittings where they say then go ban all man and wait color. You use threats, you know they use that kind of thing they who say you want dialogue. Because now you want to undermine the leadership of the APC party, the same people that we want to go dialogue with. That's all pass. But the APC still sit down and talk. Say, yeah, we'll talk. But talk now free. But then still stand by their position. Say now A, B, C, and D, now sit down with. We want, if we not talk, we not bring the international people then back. We've been carried yesterday. And sadly, you cannot be a player and a referee at the same time. Which is waiting. Now that's the institutions them we're supposed for be independent. Now that's then they do. When you listen to the words the way they come out at the Independent Peace Commission, the official way then they do them press release, not towards them where they encourage people. It's like last show now say them people are they no one peace, now they're not the problem. APC now they're not the problem. They no one peace. Because we all go self now this then say, now this then say. Then the other way, we go to their hotel and this then say. You understand? Make them fine. PPIC did all of that rubbish. Then fine APC them 25 million. Then fine them 120 million. Where anybody was singing at 3 to not favorable to again for government, then blame and say that the opposition send them. But you go see that you want to go arbitrate peace as well. You after you don't take sides. You don't wear vests, they say they can't be referee. How is that going to work? So this is where they are right now. Dialogue. And recently, the APC announced it and get a meeting with the Commonwealth Commission or Secretariat. You know, there were officials from the Commonwealth Secretariat we then get a meeting with. So the APC not change anything we then do, because they accepted dialogue before during and after elections. So now that path they then don't they go. Even though the membership then believe say the only reason why make now the government of Sierra Leone they push for dialogue are because of the upcoming UN General Assembly. For say how then can say, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellency, we want to report that the political stalemate that we have in Sierra Leone is in progress. My government has had dialogue through the Independent Peace Commission and this with the opposition. We are very accommodating, even though they've been provoking us. At the time for make my own speech. Where I know say now so then now that context then so then get for carry report. So a lot of APC grassroots are upset that even the leadership they encourage meetings with the government of Sierra Leone or any institution we don't be player and referee at the same time. So that's where they are right now.
All right, thank you very much for that update. And I believe say if you know the position of APC, that is where they are right now. And I believe say their position still remains to be the same as we look forward to the next couple of days for unfold, if there's going to be any change of any sort whatsoever. But like you clearly states, you're not going to be a player and then all of a sudden you have to become the referee. And all the institutions they also we don't highlight, I have seen them firsthand in their execution of being a player and also their execution of being a referee and an umpire. So it not makes too much sense to me, because like again the American government representative in Sierra Leone highlighted the fact that you cannot be seen as you have to get a dialogue with the same people in way you get these grievances against when you don't battle with for the past couple of months or years in terms of agreeing to disagree. It don't make sense for me we get case, now me they select the people in for can't talk the case. Doesn't make sense at all, because I know for sure I go select the people in way it could be in favor of me. So somebody asked the question on the chat for say, why make APC not on go courts and take this matter to the law? Well, we all know say the law of Sierra Leone is currently being handled by two people. We all know those two people. One is the president, two, again, the
co-president.
The co-president. Well, I mean, second in command. We know that they run the affairs of the justice system in Sierra Leone. So if you expect APC as a political party for go to courts, that was the mandate of what SLPP be the advocates for. Because
right. Well, I will help the policy a little bit, T-Boy. So APC no refuse for go courts. APC has been in the court. They don't follow the judicial process, particularly for do with the elections. There was a pending case, or there is a pending case where APC can go to court.
There are many.
No, I talk about particular one we get for do with waiting with the so election rigging. Where APC go to court for say, then they request for let them get the disaggregated figures, station by station. 30 days, they not assign the case yet. Because if they don't assign that case, they don't deal with that side A, according to the laws of Sierra Leone, we not forgo to this, because me for able for no say me station where I go vote. Now this number of people supposed for votes now. Yeah, I see me name na the list. No, I not see me name. Let them correct and one thing. But may you see people and name them who were there, where the person he registered at Brookfields, but in region na Cambia ID. He say the western area, but in address na Cambia. We saw all of those things because of that disaggregated figures not come out station by station. It lead to a lot of things that we then disenfranchise people them where certain people not able for votes. Not to me you go intervene because of one person we supposed for votes.
Yeah.
Because the person he register upline, but then post them after 3 months for come work na Freetown. There was no way he could go up line back for go vote. So he not supposed for vote for member of parliament or council or mayor, but he get right for vote for what? For president. Then deprive the person. We go there, don't do the hours on end. If not, so other people they give up, right? Did we ask that person whether he go vote for President Vio or Samura Kamara? We not ask him. All we did was to intervene on his behalf and tell the people them where the electoral officials they admit, say yes, now so the law say, but then fail for discuss this with this gentleman because but when they see camera, then say yes, now right, like I can vote. So if we don't put disaggregated figures, but could people will not be vote for vote. And if we're not able for no say this station are with 300 votes now, yeah, on our 300 supposed for vote, now 290 people vote. So APC get this amount, SLPP get this amount. So we're able for no, would I win by station? But because we not allow that one, two, they're not allowed them count now the station them and then the district, but then go count straight to regional. So then bypass processes. Outside them for count, for suicide illegal vote. So we're able for no, okay, this station are this we get, this district here so now this we get before we go to the region. But then rap food. You know, sit on class one or you go from 3-1 to 1 to 1. How do they do so? How you expect that student for pass?
Well, like you just mentioned, one disclosure we do openly immediately after the election, we can do possibly first or second program live. Now the fact say we try for trace some of this disapproval in the result figures where ECSL provide. One specific region was Bond district, and we actually trace the number of
Bond and Pujan.
Well, Bond was so specific, and the controversy of Bond is very interesting. I don't know the right figures right now, but
about 276 or 274,000 people that were eligible for vote per Bond. That's the same figure Pujan gets.
And not just that, the figures we happen for commoner bonds is exactly the demographic figures of the people that really reside in bonds.
So that means 100%.
Now the one that we actually reside in our bonds, we the population census of the people that are living in bonds districts. Meaning, Mama, Papa, Pikin, school,
all qualify for vote.
All qualify for vote. So these things are the issue there. So when we realize that discovery there, it may could begin raise concerns, say, you cannot have exact figures now two different regions.
Yes.
Exact figures. Then one and two, you cannot have the exact amount of population of that region, and it is exactly approximately 99% of the same amount of people that will vote. We cast them votes in that particular area. It means almost 90% of everybody is legitimate to vote.
Including 1-year-old Pekin, then 6 months.
Well, me specifically go through a lot of documents that we're supposed to be documents of people that are supposed to be election monitoring bodies that we Pekin there.
Yeah.
8-year-old, 12-year-old. And I don't understand how these things happen in Sierra Leone, because you can clearly see the picture of a child as a volunteer, a child that is roughly about 8 or 9 or 10 years old.
Yeah.
And you're able to identify this not picking. So these are things that actually were unfold in front of our eyes for us to see it. So that's not the discrepancy we APC gets against ECSL. Like you clearly say, it's not about the president, it's not about people of Sierra Leone, it's just about what ECSL decided to announce is what they are against. So the position we then take still stand, and it remains to be the same position. Like Juma say, dialogue is happening all over the place, which APC not only refused to forget over the past couple of years, right up to date, but their position still remains the same. So Juma, is this a
problem? Quickly that answer to Stephen. So Stephen said, if we remember what happened in 2012 election, no one cry, all man go to court. This game not easy. So Stephen, the theme for this particular one say, if you win, you celebrate Safu. UA laws, you sit on Saful. So APC decide for sit on Saful. Why should that be a problem?
No, they're not for sit on Saful.
They're not for sit on Saful again. That back na problem. So now these are just like that August 8, 9, and 10. People decide for sit on house and I say let them come on and do. Let them come on and do. When them come on and do back on a kill and say why them come on and do. So now that they do so, Stephen. But anyway, over to you, Tigo. Continue. I just want to highlight that for Stephen.
Okay, that's fine. So basically, that's not the concern we APC as a political party don't raise and then still stand in the same position. We don't shift yet at all. I think Sudan they will remain will be their position until otherwise. And we know say because of the position we then take right now, that's not a serious issue. We get a state that hasn't been recognized democratically, because democracy is about political parties having their own will to be able to merge and form a government that will be in opposition and government in ruling.
And ours is a multi-party democracy.
Yeah. And at the moment,
like how the first lady been say, the president go unopposed. When that then do so, then make them
practically unopposed, because again,
so they make them unopposed, but you cannot have an unopposed president in a multi-party democracy. That doesn't work. So be careful what you say, because it will come back to haunt you. Would that throw away ashes, na ashes the falla.
Sure.
What was that you say?
Yeah. Okay. So I think we can wrap this particular segment on that, and then we can go to the final segment where now the 9/11 protests we get for happen na Salon, and we'll go touch a little bit on the ICC thing as well. Why should we talk about the protest? So over to you on that. The ICC first, and then we can now deal with the protest on its own.
Right. Again, nothing that is happening today is new. Nothing. Absolutely. The only thing we're unprecedented now that the people away in our governance feel say no one should say anything against them. There should not be any dissenting voice. Now, the only thing that I have highlighted before, there has been protest all over the world, all over the country, we can't do it alone. Okay? 1996, for example, 1996, 97, 98, protests then take place, more so the overthrow of President Kaba in 1997. Sierra Leoneans, pro-SLPP supporters demonstrated in the United Kingdom and in the United States, but more so in the United Kingdom, and asked for military intervention for restore democracy in Sierra Leone. True or false?
110% true.
True. We see that. User go to the House of Commons, House of Lords, meet international bodies, then go to the UN, then pass sanction on Sierra Leone, even though not to be the sanction where it bites, it means economic embargo, everything, not just arms and ammunition. We were in Sierra Leone, we not get steam for it during that AFIC 10. And we were in a salon, we decide for say we do a sit-down strike. The international community come heavy-handed on Sierra Leone, and we paid the price. Beaucoup people then die because hospital now they operate, nothing. There was embargo at the country because they want to push everybody for let their hearts warm, for react, not for participate with the AFIC government, for restore democracy. March of 1998, President Kaba was restored by whom? By ECOWAS intervention, ECOMOG intervention, backed by the British and executive outcomes and other one, right? For restore democracy. Why? Because we've been feel say the multi-party democracy will vote for them. Tifa we add. So what is happening now is no different. The people of Sierra Leone in the diaspora decided to demonstrate worldwide The UK did it. The United States do it. Belgium do them, or Europe do them. Sweden do them. Australia do them. Other parts of Africa self do them. Then demonstrate, say, then don't thief with democracy. We want our democracy to be restored. 1. 2, people go now the International Criminal Court and go call for, say we want justice for the people of Sierra Leone that have been killed, massacred, tortured, maimed, and abused. We want justice for them because we're not able to get justice from them as alone. That is not new. Sierra Leoneans has called for the international community before now, so we get waiting the Special Court of Sierra Leone. The Sierra Leone Special Court now international laws and the Salon laws joined together, where they form the Special Courts for try the people away bear the greatest responsibility for we war in our country. The people away make the coup against President Kaba. 25 people were killed in Sierra Leone, then shoots them, firing squad. Not also, other them go try them. Now international people, them Nigerian lawyers, military lawyers, now them be sitting at the courts for try them people then they, including the ECSL, the Boris, a lot of people that were killed because they want to restore democracy. So what is happening today is not new. Sierra Leoneans then come together and say enough is enough. They don't thief with democracy. They don't trample with freedom of speech, freedom of association, and for belong, so one for belong. And also there are human rights abuses where they don't massacre people and so. So people then go and don't make, and people did not just start making representation to the International Criminal Court yesterday. Let's don't forget what happened April 29 at Pademba Road Prison. The massacre of people, scores of people at Pademba Road Prison. The Makeni incident, the Tombo incident, the gentleman where they killed I call the place, Tonko Limba, all of that. August 8, 9, and 10. All of that come together. People let me don't they make case them from different parts. Sierra Leoneans and non-Sierra Leoneans, we get Sierra Leone interest, don't make representation to the International Criminal Court. So they decided to write a letter to the president. The International Criminal Court is not a political organization. And as far as they are concerned, you are innocent until proven guilty. But they want a dialogue with you. Because what people not understand is this. For let the International Criminal Court able to operate effectively, then forget a buy-in from the governments of that particular country. So they're not they accuse the government of Sierra Leone, say they commit crime. People who bears the greatest responsibility, now then they want for all accountable. So if they write a letter to the president, say they want for dialogue with him, it's up to you. They not accuse you, so now you for come now and want for cooperate with the International Criminal Court. So consider them and discuss. Not so you send them, no, so now you send the people there for go kill na Pademba. No, not to me, na commander, so 9 cents. All right, so if not to you, we want for let you assure we say you they cooperate with we for bring them people and they to justice. If you say now no, you know they bring them, well, then maybe tomorrow Bambai when you don't come on a power, you can become accomplice. You never know. So people need to understand this. The International Criminal Court is not a political organization. And they will only be able to succeed when they get a buy-in from the government of that particular country. So they're not the accused President Bio. President Bio, we don't get reports from Boku Salon people and other people and say human rights abuses they don't occur in your country. We want to investigate this, but we need your buy-in we want for let you support, we let we succeed. If you know for say you not take part, not to other play with permine and the soil. So if you not say you are not there, not so you send them. See boy, if they say right, I'll use the local one, let people understand this. Thief don't take place na use. You pikin say, Papa, they don't can thief now. But I go call Portsman or bomb swear or broom. But Papa wants you blessing for lay agree. If you know say you not take part by that thief, you go refuse?
Now me help facilitate the thing for happen.
Why? Because you want waiting.
I want justice.
Collective end, no so?
Let's make it end.
So that not the call where then call so. That's how they start. If in the course of the investigation now, then can find out, say the witnesses there, they don't begin call. The witnesses then they begin point finger by you say making Canao for Canao calling her as a person of interest. For come with the caller. Right now, they're not they accuse nobody, then just they go by the complaint where they don't get. And it is their duty as an international institution based on the Rome Statute for come and investigate any crime against humanity. If they find tangible reasons for sure say, yes, there is enough reason where satisfy waiting constitutes international crimes, then they will want to bring those people responsible. And they will only bring them responsible if they investigate, because they get for talk to witnesses, people of interest, this, that, for let them be able to form a case for know who that's them for call. If not to that, at the end of the day, who bears the greatest responsibility in the country? Are the president. So if you don't cooperate today, you might be ex-president tomorrow. And one crime, we know the whole international crime against humanity. You might get away with it today, tomorrow, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the line, 40 years down the line, even in your death, you'll be tried for that. There is another thing within a way where people are not able to understand. I don't know if they call them something universal jurisdiction or something like that. I'll find the correct name for that. Where now crimes they will commit, where sometimes the International Criminal Court not able for prosecute, where in Germany, then the prosecutor. Recently in Gambia, one of the people that will be security advisor waiting, or one of the people that they execute crimes them on behalf of Yahya Jammeh is being tried under that. Imagine how long Jammeh don't come on a power. But people that we work for, we kill people, that we massacre people, that we commit abuse, now then they triumph for that same case there. Another example, what is the guy's name? One of the people that we participate in the Salon War. He run away to Usadengo Kecha recently, Iceland. He did it for crime against humanity in Sierra Leone. This now for just justify, say, you get away with it today, but it will not be forever. Over to you, T-Boy, if you ask me for explain about the ICC. That na my own small knowledge. I might be wrong.
All right. Thank you very much, Juma. I think that na plenty knowledge for like we take home with we, and we believe say that now one of the mandates of the International Criminal Court, and we don't see say a huge amount of concerned Sierra Leoneans them go all the way to Holland and go hand over these documents by hand. Again, this is not the collective effort of Sierra Leoneans then within the diaspora. Although they can look we with bad eye, but we are still fighting the case of Sierra Leoneans specifically living in Sierra Leone. Not because we have all the time, not because we're not serious, like when the cinema will not see us, but the one they really tell we say we're not serious, we idle. Now then back again, we been the same people and back who they put together, we mobilize, we lobby, we move and go do the same thing where they continue for do so. So to me, it's no big deal. Then go call we names, then go do we all kinds of need for do we, But when you look at the current administration and the past administrations in Sierra Leone, it's full of people from the diaspora. So as much as then the this way and in the course we not get for relent. Some of we get for continue for do the work we do in the best interest of Salone. If not for individual benefit, some of we for don't benefit a lot, but not to everybody not the same. The one way fortunate for go Salone, they don't see the struggles of the people of Sierra Leone and they don't continue for go there and just milk as much as they can and then jet it out when they feel like. So that's not mean to say all man will come up from the diaspora and that's not what they're good at, but we describe the best for make we able to make sure say we protect the interests of all Sierra Leoneans. So the ICC now something we ongoing, just like we Juma say, an invitation has been extended to the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone now, and then if he acknowledge the invitation, we will be able to see progress of what's-in that will make the ICC column in for dialogue. If the dialogue with the ICC column in for will lead up to certain arrests being made, then why not? If the dialogue with the ICC call for will lead up to so many things that we sometimes will lead to so many arrests that we sometimes Sierra Leoneans might not be expecting, that's the reality. So therefore be ready for face the reality of what in the ICC get for me within the next couple of months to come. And when the president accepts the call and ready for get the dialogue, we don't know whether the dialogue is going to be in person or by video conferencing or by phone call. We still don't know how that dialogue is going to be conducted. So that's now the ICC, and now 9/11 Salon style, like we say, we don't talk about these protests back and forth, and the reason behind the protest and what make we feel to say irrelevant because it is not something new, like Waldon only highlight earlier on. This is something that has been happening for decades and decades in Sierra Leone, just because of one reason, the cost of living that is killing the living. So if we look at this all going back for 20, 30, 40 years in the history of Sierra Leone, now one specific reason we make them don't execute an element of protest in various different capacities all over the country. One, that the fact say people in the struggle for survival, standard of living is poor, and advantage has been taken over the citizens of Sierra Leoneans, and the human rights abuse will don't happen a lot. So that's not some of the reasons then we make protests don't happen, to the extent that the military may get for going to protest for the same reason they are so, and also for the marginalization of people that we don't serve in the military, and we don't feel to say, rights for me to marginalize them at that point, and then they self get for strike in their own way. Some of them was acceptable, some of them were not acceptable by the people of Sierra Leone, and we all see the one that we Salon people will not accept, then stand against it, then chin up all the way and say whether or not kill we or not kill we, now this we believe in, and we know they accept them, we not accept them. We all see what happened during the second NPRC phase, where there was democratic election ongoing in progress, and we get a coup. We stopped that, but the people of Sierra Leone did not relent, and then say no, we did get election, and then afterwards now in dialogue, but nothing to stop this election for go ahead. It go ahead because already everything is being put in place. So election and peace after, not peace before election. So this now the kind of step the way Sierra Leoneans they don't take over the years. And what thing that happened on Monday is not new. It's just a continuity of what in Solomon believe, where we push them to the wall and they're ready for bounce back, and they will bounce back in a way how they expect, because they will be resilient, they will tower, they will do all things possible in their own power for make sure say they believe and stand for what they believe, and they're able to execute them to the fullest. So not to something we new to some of we, because we seldom participate in so many protests them in the UK against governments of Sierra Leone where they perpetuate evil things to the people of Sierra Leone. So not to something we new to so many people. So we therefore begin look at from a positive angle. What in this go mean to people of Sierra Leone? The presidents really right now don't also execute some amount of protest we make them overthrown the Momo government because they believe say the people were suffering, the standard of living for the military was poor, they were neglected, even though they made the first war for protect the people of Sierra Leone, but they were not given the right facilities, the right arms and ammunition, the right financial and moral support we then be determined for get from the government. So they self don't protest in their own ways, and the president don't do one twice in a row. So not something we knew to himself said, and he know the effects at which protests they lead to the changes of political decisions we not going to be the same sometimes after them protest and they don't happen. For the fact say if we don't participate in two, and you know for say there is no turning back if anything of that nature come back again, we don't see the effects we no school, no college gets during 1977. We don't see the effects of sit at home protests we happen for 9 months in Sierra Leone. We don't see the effects of the August 10, 11, and 12. We don't see the effects of so many different types of protests in us alone. But some of them are the worst. Some of them are beneficial to, well, some of them benefit. Well, not even some of them, all of them benefit the people of Sierra Leone because voting them in the fetch for, they're able to gain them in various different capacities. Because after all them protests, then we see the change, but the change was not effective for a long period of time, not just a short spell. And then we go back to the same old things of voting make we protest in the first place. So also we there now, that the situation where we've been finding, we say before we go into war, the thing that will lead we to war, that situation though we did. So right now as we speak, human rights abuse, discrimination, lawlessness by the government officials, brutality being imposed by the military and the security apparatus in Sierra Leone. Of course, the economic state of the country is deploring, and also cost of living is extremely high. Now only few people in the benefits, and they milk the best of voting every Sierra Leonean forget. Now that state they will be there, we make the MPRC took governance. And we are still possibly even worse in the state we've been there before all of this happened. Should we sit down and allow it to happen? Now the time is we'll go say, okay, look, we be normal, like we move on, like we Steven say, election done, like all man go be, and like we forget about it and move on. Yes, it is that easy to say, but you know how many people are suffering the consequences of the June 24 election will happen as alone? You know how many people might have gone the wrong way, or you know how many people don't die immediately after the election? Of course, people die, we know that. But you know how many people don't die because of the consequences of that decision we Mohamed Kone decided to make? You know how many people suffer the consequences of Mohamed Kone indecision? You know how many people don't benefit from the Mohamed Kone indecision? So let we think about all the consequences there are, so and we'll summarize them and say, all this will happen. Is it happening in the interest of Sierra Leoneans or a very small portion of Sierra Leoneans the way they live in a cocoon nest? Now that's what we begin look at and see how we evaluate ourselves as Sierra Leoneans and why we feel to say it is officially legal for you to raise concerns about anything we get for challenge your own livelihood. We mean they say first time you vote now your rights, but we decide for say this time around you vote now your life. And the reason make we say you vote now your life now because of who side we so right now. Because your not just your right has been taken away, but your livelihood has been taken away. Your life is slowly going away, it's fading, and you're seeing it in a distance, and it is fast approaching you. And there is nothing you can do about it to rescue yourself from that situation. For make we say the cost of living is killing the living, that is the reason why things are happening in Sierra Leone the way it shouldn't happen. So the protest gets in reason. The protest gets in a form of justification why it should happen.
And according to the rumors, it's going to be a peaceful protest where nobody for begin think about any kind of violence will happen on the day. But we know what normally happens when protests get to the wrong side of things. Is always going to be provoked by either the security apparatus or maybe by some small group of people who want to just create chaos within that peaceful protest the way they happen. Yes, it does happen. But if we have the right gears in place for the security apparatus for make sure, say, they protect the life and interest of Sierra Leoneans, it will not escalate to anything that will be of any concern. Yes, you go get skirmishes now, 1 or 2 corners them, of course, but it can be contained if we have the right security apparatus in place for make sure, say, go out for become a violent protest. But the only reason why will lead up to that, if we have a provoked situation, either by corners of people who possibly might be utilizing the advantage of saying, let's go and cause trouble here because it has to happen, or we get a provoked situation by the security apparatus the way we're supposed to handle the situation in a right manner. Even in Europe, there are protests happening all over the place, but it takes extreme measures for security apparatus to use any means of violence. And when I say any means of violence against protesters, it has to be an amount of minimized use of violence. We know they cost the lives of those individuals. If you decide, for say in China, I think 30, 40 years ago, we have the China Mao protest where we see that one man really down in front of the tanker, we possibly end that particular protest. That became a remarkable picture all over the world. We still possibly has never been repeated. Again, we see the Arab Spring, just a man decided to take his frustration to himself and set himself on fire, will lead to the destruction of the Arab Spring. So these are things that are of really serious concern. We don't want it to escalate in Sierra Leone to become any one of those examples that I've cited. But the possibilities are high, the possibilities are slim for it to happen. But the only way how we can prevent it from happening if we have the right apparatus to protect the situation that we find ourselves in and not for it to escalate into any kind of concern. At the moment, all eyes is on us. And at the moment, all eyes are still going to be remaining on us. And I think some of the reason why less attention is being paid to Sierra Leone, when I say less attention, not maximize attention, is because of other issues happening all over the world. Otherwise, we'll have been on the prime picture as we speak. Because what thing they happen at Salon right now, not ever don't happen in the history of politics in Africa, possibly all over the world, where you get a sitting government without an opposition in office for possibly 3 or 4 months coming. And we still not they anticipate say that could happen. So that alone, now some serious issue with any sober government for them begin put so much measures in place for make sure say, escalate to the worst. But if we're not taken seriously and we just say, well, then go to hell, whether they like it or not, will they continue for rule? Whether they like it or not, will they continue for form government? Whether they like it or not, will they do whatever we want to do and we're not answerable to nobody? All well and good. But guess what? Are you ready to face the consequences of those actions when the time comes? That is the question we should be asking ourselves. So if we sit down and some of we say, I not care, I not be seen, I not salon, any more than me, or if we sit down, some of we say, well, afterwards, not to me be in APC, and not enjoying money, maybe they don't come out and all on TV, don't go to and enjoying money. How you concern me? If you sit down, you say, well, now we're in a power right now, so nobody not get for stop for local what to do to protect the interest of what you don't do right now and maintain them. If you sit down, you say because you're not a politician, you don't care. You need the money you say you know what for no. Okay. But if you feel to say you role for play in society, go make a difference, do something about it. So over to you, Juma. You can clap.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we've said it all, T-Boy, and you highlighted that the military, where President Bio don't take part in two protests before now, in 1992 and 1995. Okay, so I just look at Captain Strasser in April 30th, 1992 speech as the spokesperson for the NPRC, the National Provisional Ruling Council. I just want to read paragraph 7, 8, and 9 for let people understand and for back what you don't say, protest is not new in our country. It just they take different forms. And indeed, you're correct. Where the NPRC been they come, according to what they say, they were not coming to overthrow government. They come for protest for conditions of service and the morale where they not be they get. Now when they come, then the protests, then the government begin try to attack them, now then turn them into a coup. Because by then, other government officials then begin run away. So this is what the speech said, okay? And I want to let people listen, for let them see the reason why people they protest today if it's completely different from what happened in 1992 where President Bill took part of. You know, paragraph 7 say, fellow countrymen and women, for how long were we going to preserve a system which has caused all of us to live in perpetual darkness? For how long were we going to watch our hospitals become more mortuaries and our young professionals permanent economic refugees in other countries? For how long were we going to allow education to be an exclusive privilege for a selected few and subject our people to mass poverty in our country, which can boast of vast ocean of resources? For how long? Paragraph 8 say, Sierra Leoneans are no longer prepared to mortgage their God-given rights for the benefit of a few corrupt thugs, and we can no longer afford to be reduced to second-class citizens in our country. Our soldiers continue to sacrifice their lives on the war front in spite of very poor logistics support provided by the government, whose leadership sit in Freetown, enriching themselves by gross misappropriation of war funds. The destiny of our nation is now in our hands, regardless of where you come from and which tribe you belong to. After 31 years of independence, at least we can go out today and celebrate the final death of nepotism, gross mismanagement, corruption, injustice, tribalism, and economic decay. We can go out and celebrate the resurrection of accountability, economic and social justice, and the dignity of Sierra Leoneans. We want the world to know that all our international obligations and commitments, especially to the ECOWAS, African Development Bank, IMF, and the World Bank, will be fully honored. All foreign nationals are safe, and we shall very soon address the diplomatic communities in our country so that they will be fully aware of our intentions and give us the necessary support to rebuild our country. I just speak then 3 paragraphs for ask the question, T-Boy. Is it any different from what people want to protest for now, peacefully, for what people decided to protest for on August 8, 9, and 10? Is it different? So why people feel threatened, people we don't protest before, feel threatened for allow Sierra Leoneans there for protest? Why do you have to threaten people? That's the question I have for you. So September 11, Sierra Leoneans are calling on for a peaceful protest, for express their grievances, for tell the world that all is not well in Sierra Leone. If we reach there, I will hand that back to T-Boy and let we round up to this program. Because Bokude for talk, but we will be done all today. Over to you, Tibo.
Well, as you read the speech, I pick some words them out of it. And I remember vividly one specific statement where you say, how long are we going to be foreigners in our own country?
Yep.
That's now one thing we left me on Strasser in speech.
Second-class citizens, yeah.
The day we then overthrow Nasalon. And like I clearly say, not so because of them want for make a coup, now because of the challenges they will been getting at the bush, we them defeat the war, they been discriminate them because they need to be look after their affairs. They were not well armed, they were not well fed, and their affairs was not taken seriously, even though they were at the battlefield. So they were disgruntled. And what did they do? They actually march for camp protest in the State House. They march from where they start now from Benguima, and they all come it up, where they get together, they all from the provincial towns. They start from march from Benguima and march into the streets of Freetown. All the way come through Kisi Road, come up Godrich Street, and when they get to Godrich, it's for Go State House, some go way pass by Shaker Stevens Street. Now the time we realize, say, we are now faced with a coup. That was when people of Sierra Leone applaud them on the streets of Freetown and say, don't tell over the wait for me, I can't do this, but no, not been doing. Yeah. Now, they go now, the open door policy, we want your rescue.
Mm-hmm.
So it was well embraced by the people of Sierra, and that is how much we were tired then. Me, I see with me live, yeah, Koro, at Tinap Nasabu Street Junction, Godrich Street Junction, I see fleets of military men going up to State House, parading themselves and jubilating. Now, immediately after that scene, they begin hearing gunshots.
That was after 3 o'clock now. Because our morning was that pow. We see that them bats and that cutting tree and the fire.
Correct. So that's not the amount of stuff where we see it unfold. So basically, when you said the speech where they read those two paragraphs, I totally remember. Waistcoats have been the sweats. They rub the sweat soon on your face. The whipping hand, taking hand the whipping face because there was no handkerchief at that point in time.
I don't want to go up Binchimani, who signed 94 FM Binde, FM 94, who signed them. Not even SLBC announced. Private radio station.
So we see that particular moment the way it being desperate. So not to something will happen just like that for fun, not to something will happen just because people are not glad because they need to say, okay, now a few people know what the benefit. So when you make that statement, it's fine for make Sierra Leoneans then go back and reflect on some of the reasons then we make we go through those periods. And why there was a protest in the first place. This was a military protest. Imagine the military protest, not civilians, but the military were supposed to maintain peace and stability. They went on the rampage, not violently, but a peaceful protest that ended up to become a coup. Whether it was officially planned to be that, we don't know. But
it was initially a mutiny, so
yeah,
it wasn't a coup per se. Not that.
We had some serious interview with Valentine Strasser himself that we possibly will broadcast one day soon for the world to possibly hear his voice of how he narrates the whole story from how it happens from the beginning to the time we then overthrow Insai. So we not just they say these things because we lack for Sam. It's fact. And some true the way out for talk, but some man want for listen. But now no more will be in peace. So we the talker. And we'll talker, not mean to say we target you specifically, or we'll talker, not mean to say because we don't like you or we hate the way how they do things. It's just the facts. You know how for say this is a deja vu moment, but sometimes it is. You don't want to face the reality of the bitterness of what you possibly have given people to taste. But sometimes you have to.
The hunter gets hunted, isn't it?
Yeah. I remember Charles Taylor made a statement publicly. Now, the Liberian broadcasting station for, say, Sierra Leone will taste the bitterness of war. You know what that means? That means a lot, because Charles Taylor for send we a message, say, if we harbor Echo Mock for make they use Salone as a base for go destroy Liberia, with them they try for stop the war or for extend to other sovereign nation, he says Salone must taste the bitterness of war. Now the word and they will taste, nobody knows. Now the word and the way predict so will taste, nobody knows. Only himself. But we now faced with the reality of waiting they happen. Now Salone, we don't knew. But people in it forget too quick. And then feel to say this is based on hate, dislike, jealousy, malice, or selfish reasons. No, it's none of that. Now the fact number say all of this don't happen before, and for like it happen now, it's not new. It doesn't mean if it don't happen 20, 30 years ago, we'll not for accept them if it happen now. Because the same reality make it happen 20, 30 years ago, and the same reality we are faced with today. So let's make a judgment we go satisfy the conscience and the conscience of the people who talk say we believe in or we deserve. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. So I go say thank you. Juma, you not got anything else for add to this, right? Or you want to say?
Well, I just want to say thank you to our viewers, and we're glad that we're able to come back online today after a few weeks. And we'll continue for patience with we will get an intermittent break here because of the prevailing circumstances. A lot of things are happening. We will say when they try for restructure the operations and maybe broadcast time, and hopefully soon we will get more programs either as a group or as individuals on different days then. But we want to encourage you now, we need to build a platform. All we ask of you is to continue to share, subscribe, so you're not going to miss with programs. T-Boy don't do a lot of AMFM, they don't do a lot of interesting programs over the weeks. The way we know they do, we regular how they go inside the Republic, waste on time, na miss on because we are not subscribed. So subscribe and share. The more we build the platform, the more we all go benefit from the conversation. And we like your contributions on the chat groups. Please bring your questions, your controversy. And I'm not going to agree with you. The only thing they say, when you make a statement, we can question you, we can critique it, we can challenge it. So just make sure so you make how you believe in them, So we're on a public platform, but we appreciate you all, and I'm always happy to be here. Over to you, T-Boy. Good night from my end, and over to you, T-Boy.
Thank you very much, Jumaba, and also thank you to viewers and we don't watch we for the past couple of hours. Definitely, like Juma say, we do apologize for the break, but it happens, and we're not saying we are perfect. Sometimes we have various different challenges that we have put together. But on another event, continue for share the program, continue for like the page, and continue for subscribe to the YouTube channel. The YouTubers have always been with us, and they always continue for day with we. We also want to extend with thanks and appreciation to them. Some don't can join with on don't left, don't go to work as usual. We can there for a couple of hours, but today we're not going to do this to you guys. Not because we not get seen and for talk about. There's a lot to talk about, but again, we cannot keep you up all night and then we disappear. So this guy for a day as much as possible as we can, and we'll get for good now more programs. Like Juma said, there have been so many programs in the past couple of weeks. We don't broadcast live. Some of them are pre-recorded, some of them are live programs. But if you not subscribe or follow we, you're not able to forget them program. And they so continue for do the same as we always ask for Lukuna do. And continue for sending you comment. Like Juma say, your comments are very important to us. And we want to say thank you for those comments. But if you know for say not believe you comment, not put more because we challenge you. As equally as you're challenging us, it's the same way we have to challenge you in some of the things that we want to say. Not so malice, and I like say we have had some kind serious conversation over the past couple of weeks and months, and those conversations has been very much in a likely manner where everybody understand each other. The county points, we challenge the points, couch viewpoints, you challenge viewpoints, and that has been civil so far. We continue to maintain that sort of sanity, and we continue to make sure say we interact with Una as much as we can, and make sure say we get the best of Una, and Una self get the best of we. So thank you once more for joining us. On behalf of the Sierra Leone Media team, I want to say thank you to Una all, and we hope to join you guys soon with few more and new programs the Holy Careful puts together. We could be aired on the Sierra Leone Media platform, just for your own satisfaction, for quenching our taste of different varieties of stuff. For looking at not just you don't listen to politics. We know the politics important, but there are other issues also that are important. So look, we continue to share all those ideas and then bring the best out of what in Sierra Leone can provide for us in the diaspora and also in Sierra Leone. So on behalf of the team, Femi not joining with you for specific reason, but definitely when I will see Femi on the next program. So thank you guys for watching and have a blessed weekend as we wrap up summer school open. Thank you to all the parents that we don't put them begin to school, make sure they begin and go school. And also the diaspora work don't start for the school runs. Definitely, if you know they do school run, maybe you begin just don't go no ski, or you don't start school, you don't start your own journey for becoming a good parent. So thank you once more, and be a good parent as you've always been, and join me back next week for another edition of How to Go Inside the Republic, hosted by myself and Jumaba, with Femi at the back scene of the engineering work we not miss out at all. So thank you very much and have a blessed weekend. Thank you.